said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Left the hood, I said I would.
I
left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood,
I said I would.
And I've had better nights of sleep. In the dark, you're my only friend, the only one to truly depend on. And I finally feel free. I feel like
Yeah. Giving them all that we got. Kick on the door, try to knock, but nobody answered. I'm going hard and taking my chances. I keep it moving, I keep advancing, keeping it gangster. Getting the perks and I'm happy to earn them. Mr. Ambitious, kill it, I'm vicious, Mr. Determined. Riding the storm, but focus on rainbow connections like Kermit. The water on my shoulders, it was a burden. Now I don't notice it, everything turning, everything shifting, doing it different. I'm floating, I'm drifting. Shout out the slums, round the world we uplifted, doing it big. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We out here taking names. Let our voices rise. Let them reach the skies. We about to change the game. We about to change the game.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm when I show them the jig is up again. When I ask them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry in the name of love. When you ride with me, don't gotta worry when tomorrow comes. I'll put you in the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry, no, 'cause we stay in control in the name of love.
Please select service you want. Select destination station. Select number of tickets to buy. Insert amount of money.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Real bad, listen, got it like that, got it like that, got it like that. Real bad, listen, got it like that, got it like that, got it like that.
They broke the mold.
Let's go. We're ready to go. It's game, or day number 2. It's going to be game number 1. Zero's back in the hot seat, mate. Welcome back. I know you was in chat watching those last couple of games out yesterday. How you been today, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, man. I'm doing incredible. I'm excited. We're going to get into day number 2, stacked, packed, and I think the players are also ready. We are running out of time, so let's get straight into it. It's going to be incredible.
It is pretty much ready to go. Good news. I got the YouTube commands working. Oh, I knew it wasn't going to beat me. I knew it was going to beat me. I had to figure it out. Not all of them. Wait, give me some time on that one, but I've got most of them done. It's worth mentioning now, this is a live stream for everyone out on YouTube, so anyone watching it back on the next day, this is a live recording. Day number 2, we've got best of 6. I just really want to get straight into things, though. We've got Miramar coming up. We're going to look at the leaderboard. We're going to talk about Twire in a second, but let's load the plane. Let's check the players down. We know they like to sneak on a couple of grenades. For now, I'll see you guys in a second. Time for Miramar. Game number 1 is the VIKÜRVI Invitational. Technically cup number 2. We've done a few of these, but they've not been called the Invitational. It's worth noting, and why I pressed that little random button. Let me just flash those colours in. Oh, I didn't do the animations of the colour. I can do that after. It's definitely worth noting, though, that the leaderboard is still not working. The API is not there. It does mean that we are subject, unfortunately, to maybe just a bit of manual tracking. There is part, like Trish and the Twire team are getting everything together as quickly as they can. But I'm going to kind of take out the kills. I'm going to take out the placement points. I'm just really going to focus on those total points because we know that's what matters. I'll let the big brain figure out when it comes down to, I suppose, if there's any deciders, if there's any joints up. But as we can see it, obviously, Twisted Minds after a great game on that last one, working it down. Vorpal Swords got 2 chicken dinners under their belt yesterday. They're in second. SSG had a cracking day in third. NAVI doing well consistently there. NAVI were unable, though, to put a chicken dinner on the board. So I think they're going to come into day number 2 with maybe the goal and the mindset to keep doing everything we're doing, but we need to ensure we get that chicken dinner.
Absolutely, and you know what? They have struggled with getting that chicken dinner on the board in the past. Again, bridesmaid, never the bride, but they have been able to show resiliency, making top 4s consistently at the very end of games as well. So it's just a matter of whether or not NAVI are feeling right today, and we'll see where it goes going into this very first match. But again, as we can see, first zone has been popped. Teams are starting to make their way down very, very slowly as we get set for the action here on map 1.
Yeah, it is a best of 6 though again today. So obviously we will be working our way, down for that one. Miramar obviously is a different kettle of fish when it comes down to how we kind of deal with things, and I suppose with the changing of the order of the maps, yes, sometimes the teams preferred it, sometimes they don't. So I like it. I like ending on Erangel, but unlike last week, what I can tell you though is this tournament will end up on Miramar. So it's a little bit of a different, way around of it. But I'm kind of excited for it, I'll be honest with you.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got 2 Miramars. You know, everyone's used to this map. It's like the sort of bread and butter map that everyone loves to play on as well. So 2, the same, going first straight into it. I mean, everyone will get comfortable after a while. Then they have an opportunity to replicate the same strategies or go for something a little bit different if it doesn't work the first time around, which is the beauty of having the same map over and over again, especially in the first 2 back-to-back here. And we'll have Miramar in match number 2 as well. But it seems like already Fairy Tale and Redline starting to make some contact with one another on the map that they have noticed one another. And Pod Samurai not too far off from them either. Twisted Minds start making their way into the zone, while Acend playing quite down back there. They've decided to split out quite a bit. Koho sort of looking around the area right now, driving towards the rest of his teammates there. And yeah, so far at the moment, again, fairly slow. But it seems like, yeah, a couple shots being shot out there. And Pod Samurai just driving away into the sunset.
Never wrong with driving away in the sunset. Just updating that graphic so that'll be sorted for us on the next one. For now, obviously the zone, let's talk Monty. Obviously we do see it over that neck of the woods. I do like Monty style gameplays. It does allow teams the opportunity to sort of work their way in. It's a different section really when we get down to I suppose to this, but I kind of like him. I do think they're okay. They have the danger of retracting back slightly. Looks like these teams now are really just going to position themselves up and try and figure out what they want to do. Expectations of where this late game really is going to go.
Again, it feels sort of pushed down towards that sort of bottom side there as well. Acend holding that once again. Just giving themselves a little bit of a nice position there as well. Vorpal Swords start making their way through, so do GG, and now everyone is going to start converging all the way down towards that bottom left-hand side of the map. Again, they're going to see whether or not it works out for them, but yeah, we'll see. Again, SSG not too far off as well. They're quite far out again with Strong T and also the fellows as well. So they're all quite bunched up together. So we probably will expect some sort of overlap very soon between all 3 teams because they are fairly close. NAVI opting to play closer together this time, not spreading around the map. We have seen them play quite far away from one another on Miramar. They do like that split quite a lot, but this time around, they decided to play all as one cohesive unit. So deciding to shake things up a bit here as well.
is a good hold. Just double checking this before I hit save on it. And we should be good. Most teams, give or take, are in. This is, again, it's worth mentioning, this is the drop spot for Acend. This is their kind of area. They will play up into this quite nicely. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see them, again, moving in a little bit later on. Anyway, before I finish that off, I think I have completely screwed it. But for now, I'll do that in a second. I'm going to do that, and we won't see it anymore. And we'll come back to it a bit later. Cool. Game number 1, let's get into it. Vorpal Swords. I said they actually got 2 chicken dinners underneath their belt yesterday. Pretty strong going from them, and it's quite consistent. I think the coach now for Acend is going to get caught. And despite taking a side hit, Kobo was just caught. He was kind of scouting up here, so unlucky for them. As I said, this is their drop zone. Wouldn't be surprised. He's just trying to gather as much information as possible. PWD is going to get that first kill and confirm on the board. 2-1 split now. It's Chris up on the high side. Death Valleys, as we call this down here, for a reason. Tend to find teams will hold up high for a period of time. They get away with, I suppose, high ground to high ground fighting. As it goes later, anyone that's sort of in the dips, in the valleys, they will sort of survive out a little bit longer, because as it eventually gives up the high ground, we will wait and see for it to fall down. Torton is out, has a little peekaboo up the top, picks up Hello My Bad, and Hello My Bad has no idea. The man of the rocks, the man of the high ground, strikes a blow for Twisted Minds, our current leaders here for the VIKÜRVI day number 2 or 3 Invitational. So hit and run, he's always on the high ground, never to be surprised that he's getting kills up there.
For sure, for sure. Again, positioning is everything when it comes to PUBG, and you can definitely see it worked out in Batolin's favor there. Was able to get a nice, clean shot there. But speaking of which now, it seems like Pod Samuel's very own Pin has some eyes on Batolins himself as he runs around behind a rock to just kind of find some cover there as Pin tries to take a couple shots. Going to look for some damage here, but nothing too early on there as Twisted Minds start to also make their way towards their players as well here.
See, Pin, no, they are trying to hunker down a compound. They're on a 2-2 split as well. It's that Miramar tactics. Esports come around the bottom side here. NAVI take the longer rotation. They've got to pretty much clean rotate in. We do have Strong T, and on the far side, the fellas still yet to come into zone. I can't imagine the guys catching them maybe here, but that'll be a huge play if they do pick them up. But that big bunny is just going a little bit higher. I think they will know they've got neighbours. Definitely. Strong T would expect him now to hear him. Are they just hiding this one out, trying to allow the team just to rotate past, maybe try and catch just stragglers from behind? Again, it'd be a big play if it's the case. Though it's very, very far. Let's focus back down towards that zone, though. Most teams, give or take, are in that position. And look, again, back to that telltale sign. Miramar, 2-2 splits. Spread the angles. Get as much information as possible. There is a difference in game plan here for some of these teams, because a lot more, I'd say, donuted up. That we see this kind of middle area. A lot of teams are. But look at Question Mark. Look at Vorpal Sword. They're expecting a west. We've got NAVI expecting a south shift. And then over on the east, SSG now work their way in. But they are working their way into Howl. And we know Howl was a pounce for a lot of teams yesterday, and they can pack up pretty quickly. Code Marco might be trying to look here. I don't know if SSG managed to get some information, but it looks like they are going to disengage and maybe hold out that east side.
Sure. Again, getting that information, that's what they want. They don't want to engage too far in, and if they have some information, they can relay it to the rest of their team. Again, they are playing quite literally split apart, sorry, so they can cover some more of that space here. Twisted Minds, though, getting 1 kill on the board already. Batolins being that leader early on in the game. 16 teams still in this entire thing. Very slow early on here at the moment, but there is some contact by the looks of things. There is, I think, Fairy Tale spotted someone from Pod Samuel. There's a couple of shots are actually being taken. Their pin still sitting on the high ground, as we saw earlier on there. It seems like Acend are also taking that fight as well, not too far off from them too. An Acend, a team that was notoriously known yesterday for playing back, has no choice but to eventually fight at some point here. Piled on bright side, sitting inside this building here together in a compound area. Their Twisted Minds still on the other side, wrapping around as well. You can see that they have quite a lot of space between the 3 members that are sort of looking around the area right now. Kind of leaves you with a weird positioning here as well. Here's Zabila in sight as they drive off and away from any potential danger.
So, zone shifts away. We do get that west rotation. Now this time, it's SSG. Going to rotate down towards the south side. Don't forget NAVI are ahead of him, so they will come into shot soon. Finn, Page leading the charge. As Gibson Car says, you need a Finn to win. So they'll be relying on that one. Ferris, though, IGL, a little in between, maybe take some shots. Looks like he's going to push them up towards maybe Sauce here. He's looking to get in a position. Maybe trying to get those connections. Does get one, does get two, does get three, 4 times. Lucky. And there we go. He jumps out and sends himself to the death. There is no need to try and get that flush down. There goes another kill down. 16 teams. We've lost 4. 60 players now remain. SSG, they're a big punch. They've been grinding it on the NA and the EU circuit. Here, they're down to 3 players.
Yeah, no. Again, shout out to SSG. They've been absolutely going insane. They had an incredible start yesterday, winning the first map of the entire series, best of 6 yesterday. And yeah, again, they had a lot of momentum riding into it, but it seems like here, map 1 today, it's a new day, and they are down a player there. Sos playing that absolutely incredibly, getting some good shots, just hanging around, unfortunately, being the one to suffer. And you can see he's just surveilling the area, looking for someone to potentially pop out there. Has the high ground here too, so good positioning here from Sos. NAVI in a pretty good spot right now as they opt to split around.
Yeah, good hold for them. And they are going for that kind of that split now, that sort of 2-2. They're still conquering that south side of the zone, or should I say south-southeast. Hackathon in a big compound as well. For Esports, obviously, they were the first in the south. They pushed a little bit further up. Now, they're not on the highest section of the compound. We see like sort of I suppose down towards that southwest, a bit more of a strength of a compound with the zip line in between. Now, Vorpal Swords opted to come off after taking the knock with Acend. And it looks like Fairy Tale playing out a brickyard now. A bit of confidence coming in, but they can't drop the ball. There's a lot more teams store rotating. We've lost no teams at the moment. You just can't be playing, I suppose, that wide now on this sort of high ground because, as I said before, the high ground's going to fight the high ground. And give or take, most of our teams are sitting up at that high position at the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing about Miramar, right? You've got a lot of high ground to work with here, and Twisted Minds making good use of the terrain as well. Again, we did see that they had eyes on Zubila earlier on before Zubila drove off there as well, but still taking some damage there as well. Fairy Tale not doing too well here. Terrain game not really working in their favor as Kexups goes down to Crazy Lou, who takes the first knock for Fairy Tale there. Fellas, going to start driving into the zone here and eventually going to find themselves in a fight, but they are going to just hold this position and going to try and look for something here, especially considering they are going for that sort of high-low hold, as we can see as they split up between each of them. But I do think that they have made some sort of contact with GG, who are on the other side. 35 hit on Alia. Yeah,
Alia though takes a big hit here. Rustamar though taking the longer distance. Now he won't be aware that the rest of GG are not there, but the fellas are pushing in. Wouldn't be surprised if Isla just maybe disengages from here, maybe go back out to come back in. There we go.
Yeah.
It is a 180 turn. I think that's the best play there for GG. Again, a team was kind of up there, give or take, yesterday. They did close out last week and in the strength and get the chicken, but they need to work their way now. 16 teams, 59 players left alive. Zone continues to go back towards this west-hand side. Here comes the horrible Death Valley. Twisted Minds with a quick rotation, trying to take anything they can with it. They're waiting for it now to bounce back up. Solo. Ascend, hold up nice. NAVI play a little bit high as they do take the higher ground. That long build and Vorpal still going to go maybe for a collapse. Not quite actually. PWD goes for the other split. I'm actually cautious here because Question Mind are going to be looking for a little bit of hard cover. They know how tough these zones are going to be here. And PWD, he needs to get defensive. Has he done enough? I think he has done enough here. He's diverted Question Mark over to the other side of the road. Kind of job mission complete, so to speak. That could have been quite dangerous. Now Question Mark needs to do the same as other teams rotate their way in. A doozy goes back for another one. There we go. We see Bench Heroes make for the big play in. They are going to get a knockover on Perfectits. They go for one run over, but one is not enough.
Just getting a nice little run over kill there. Twisted Minds taking out a team. The question mark there, you does beg the question, quite literally, of them making way too much noise after being sighted there. Again, it allows for teams to sort of rotate around, but it seems like Twisted Minds now are on the back foot as Zubila gets one there with the nade as well. They're starting to fight back. They still have 4 members standing strong, opting for a 2-2 split as well. They are holding a pretty good position as we speak, though. Iro with a good knock there. Howl is in their first member already.
Great shot there. And actually, they're going to take that knock and they're going to take the Sandstorm. just to get away. Miramar will have 0 visibility now. This comes down to how much of the train you actually know. They will wiggle their way through now out the other side. That will provide enough cover. There's a drop next door. I wonder if they will go for a stop. Hasn't been grabbed either. They haven't. It's a Groza. It's ready to be grabbed here, but they are going to go right in the middle now of our fairy tale. So we'll put up nice little dip hold. Now look at this. It is the outside edge. The team scrapping their way through. Sail down to a one-shot himself. Gets Levante. Melman a little bit further back. They're fighting on the blue. It's only phase 3 though, so they should be able to get away with a little bit of damage here, but it's timing. You don't want to stay out here for too long now.
That's the thing. The blue always going to be a bane, especially to your health there as well. And if you have somebody shooting at you, it puts you in a very awkward position there. Levante, unfortunately, being pressured so far that I'm just going to die to the blue there. And great to meet you as well. Also going to fall down. Melman takes a bit of a knock there with the nade. Art right underneath, unaware of the situation there. Melman down for the count. However, GG not looking too good right now at the moment. Alia still surviving. Last one there by the looks of things there. Has an idea of somebody being around. Art being spotted there. Shots being taken. There's some information being relayed. And Strong T making good use of Art 1's position to take out GG from the competition as they bow out at 15th place.
It was just so difficult. He had to try and take the fight, to try and get the angle, had to play away from the car, played away from the car. Art was able to get the knocks on him. GG's good play. They're on the outside. There's only lucky enough players back towards him. But we're phase number 4 now, so it's going to tick away a little bit more for these teams. Big nade will come out, but I think it's going to be quite short. It's Fairy Tale grab right side, and it's going to put his boy into the dip a little bit further over. Tristan Myers not bad. Question mark went for that sort of 4, went back for a 2, and maybe the 2's working their way back down to the compound. Vorpal Sword collapsing theirs. Roth be looking in on Vorpal Sword to might try and hold. Like how NAVI is still holding out on the outside edge. They are really focused now on that south side, so good start for them. High IQ, they're just trying to chip away now at the zone. Make sure no one sort of backfills them. Good shots though from Foot. He's able to put a little bit down, but Luca Rux pretty tight here. Needs to be cautious. There's more shots still hammering. You can see his little head popping out here. How to not crash in on them as well. These teams need to roll. Very difficult now for Redline to make any play out of here. It's going to be punishing. This is where the high side will sort of punish anyone down below. And looks like Nailip, who's going to go on the inside, pick up Luca Rux, and it's a bit of a clash between the clans now. Howl push in, but they push straight in towards our team. Faze, Redline taking shots, but also for Esports, very dangerous position. Oh, and let's not forget the fellas also coming down this one. James of Doom, he's going to now try and play up the hill. He's going to now pick up fellas, last player down and out. James looking good. They need to try and keep moving though, but he's going to go down. Howl providing the pressure. Big nade will come out, up and over there. Not too far away, but it is already cooked and gone. Unfortunately, Fex unable to get that one connected.
This is what I find interesting. Now we're in sort of the heat of the battle situation where now every single team is going to try and look to play a third-party scenario with every single other team, get those picks, get their kills, and James unfortunately being a victim of that after taking out the fellows there. And it is not the position that you want to be in, especially if your name is FaZe Clan right now. Sure, you've got your smokes up to get yourself some reses and play some of the numbers game here as well, but there's only so much time that you can buy before a team gets the high ground, and essentially those kills here, an example there from Pod Samale, they take out Mixie from Redline and getting another point on the board for themselves there. Again, every kill will matter going forward here. Foot and FaZe working together. Howl is out of the competition here right now. Pod Samale working to find these kills here. Presenti still down for the count here as FaZe now playing through that dip here. Drake gonna have to hold that nade for a little bit there. You're gonna push them back just a little bit, yeah.
Fex is doing the right thing here. He's going to move up. He knows he's got pressure from behind though. He's going to play peekaboo. Should be able to pick up one. Picks up Dante. Got a nice ridge. He's already got one down. Rock's looking to try and get that nade out. I think he's going to go left and use the train to his advantage. There goes that push. Going to try and figure out if he can see the crawly. It's pin. He's going to be picking up Presenti. Good nade though comes through. The information from the down player of Dante is going to be literally pinpoint accuracy. Hitting those nades. Get caught up in the tree. Fex able to survive this one out. Another nade comes in from Pin. He's under a lot of pressure. He opts to turn around and goes back the other way. Gustav, though, a little bit further out. Closer he gets, will be able to provide some cover, but it's not going to be there quick enough as Redline. They're now going to take on that fight. Gustav has to really enter the zone as he's down for a one shot. It's going to be very difficult now for him to get in, but he's got the meds. He's got the capability of doing it. Pod are being picked apart slightly. Redline hold the new area. And we see Fairy Tale looking for a little bit of pace at this pie. They come out aggressive. Redline are fighting literally in an open ridge terrain.
I was going to say, I'm quite worried about where Redline are positioned. I mean, obviously they have the opportunity to work with a sort of a low-high in terms of their terrain, but they are out quite literally in the open. So if another team can see them quite clearly, they are going to take the opportunity to kill them. And especially considering how wrapped around they are, they can find themselves in a very dangerous spot. So ideally, they do want to drive off and find cover essentially there, but Faze not too far off. We can see Gustav close by.
Oh.
Yep, there we go. Tries to take one, but Lucas on the side there. Redline playing together as a unit. And you know what? There, Mark, all the worries were taken out after I just seen that. Their Faze clan, unfortunately, not able to get theirs in there as Redline deny them the opportunity.
There's been a big deny. Pushes away now from that brickyard here. SSG down the bottom side. It's Cowboy. A little sneak. Let's go look on the other side of the zone. A lot of action really unfolding on that top side. Cowboy, the young gunner. I know he's strong. Navi, the full team of the young gunners. Page just below. It's very dangerous up here because it depends how far they go. Eventually, they will come into the angles of certain players. It's Cowboy opts not to move any further towards sort of Slowstead, but he's going to try and play it a little bit further off. He's down. SSG going to play this one out. There's a 2 now. Question mark. I like how they're hanging out quite wide. And Doozy does get the knock and also gets that confirm on. And Strong T looking to move in slightly. Lose the train. Very difficult area. Aren't in the smoke laying down. Doozy just laying some shots into that sort of orange mist. But it's not going to be relevant. And there goes that Redline fight. Redline versus Fairy Tale. Big push here. Bright side's down. That car's going to go. And if it wasn't for the shots, it was going to be the car. Foot take 1. Fairy Tale are going to fall down towards Redline.
Redline are on fire today. They are absolutely on fire. What an incredible wipe. But granted, of course, Foot did take 1. Good nade there. Crazy Lou takes out Phil first from Twisted Minds with the help of It's Chris, who takes the kill after the knock. Strong T, only 1 player standing. 5 kills on the board, though, so not too bad for their very first game, especially as they're in that top 10 position at the moment. Their smoke goes out. A bit of cover, but Crazy Lou looming right behind you from the blue takes the kill. Art 1 down. Strong T are out.
Yeah, good play. Crazy Lou with crazy moves. Plays out on the blue. You wouldn't have expected it, especially on phase number 6 here, but they get away with it. Good amount of kills here. Vorpal Sword hold on a little bit here. SSG, give or take, are in on the and Foot looking for opportunities now to move. This is where it starts to flatten out slightly. So teams like Redline and Foot Esports will be forced to play against each other. Be interested to see if NAVI pushing on this, if they opt to go ahead. You know what, let's just have a little cheeky look over the top. Let's see what we can and can't see. For now, not quite the case. I think they're going to wait for a couple of kills in that leaderboard. Navi does have 1 down. Mr. Mark making the play forward. Mixie is down. And Lucarux trying to get the off ankle, trying to see little heads though from Foot Esports.
Foot Esports looking like they're not going to do too much back to bolt to the damage there from Diffix. They are aware of their position now, so they can capitalize off of this as well. Diffix, again, positioning is everything here as he's able to take some shots in. Doffy, unfortunately, falling short.
He's got 19 shots left. He needs to make this nade count. He needs to farm back. That nade's good. Actually, unfortunately, bounces up a little bit. Ferris puts a decent one on the board. Diffix, he's down to a 1 shot. He just hasn't got the ammo. I don't know how much longer he can fight this. Look at Hakatori, 36. He's got 13 left. He gets shot in the back. SSG arrive as they climb the mountain, and they are going to be able to punish, I suppose, the Navi team, which are really, really down when it comes down to bullets and ammo. Foot Esports go down. Redline do arrive here, and Luke Rux and the boys now descend. Looks like our team Acend. Talking about that. Still alive, still kicking. They did lose Kowo early, able to tuck in nice, and they hold on to this outside edge.
Yeah, this is what they want to do, right? You want to hold back. You've got a man down. You can play this numbers game. You can just chill out for a little bit and then wait for your time to strike. A lot of teams have been doing that on Miramar. We saw it last week. It worked out for them before. The question is, can it work out for them again here? Hakatori and the rest of the guys start to make their movement towards, but back against the shots there as Hakatori takes some shots. SSG not too far off as Page seemingly finds some damage. Still laying low there, however. Got 1 team member still up there bleeding out. They won't be able to make it towards Cowboy, because if they do, it's going to be horrible there. Himako going to take the shot in, get the kill there, SSG. Down to 2 now. And Twisted Minds are out. Kiliakai able to take the kill. Nabat knocks down Spyro in the meantime there on the kill feed, as you've just seen. Vorpal Swords in a pretty decent position at the moment.
Yeah.
Again, 3 kills on the board. 4 people still surviving at the moment here. They've got a full squad. They have a pretty good position right now. They are playing a 2-2 split here as well here, Mark. So they can cover a lot of ground here as well.
I like their 2-2 split as well because, like, if Vorpal Sword can keep focused on that sort of, or this side of Vorpal Sword, so PWD and Nabat will just focus down on question mark. They'll be able to punish them. They are a little bit out of zone, so they need to move. They haven't got too much movement to go, right? So they can't go up too high. They can't come down too low because question mark versus NAVI. But the guys on the outside here, they're kind of waiting for NAVI to go, hey, there's some hammering shots. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can pick. And you can see Bako is instantly looking up. He's focusing attention now. And that stopped NAVI playing into that 2-2 split. When the zone hits them, they get the opportunity now to collapse in towards the other 2. And then they can then, all 4 of them, focus on question mark. Kind of like a high IQ play. They need to be, the communication for this team needs to be on point now.
Information's everything. Communication is key. And that is literally what's going to get you the win here as well. And as you said before, their comms are going to be what's going to get you that edge. They need to be on point at this point right now because Vorpal Swords are playing quite far away from one another. Question mark, again, is still holding back here. Smoke's coming out potentially just to give them a little bit of time to go out, bait out of potential position as well. Their question mark going to try and bite into the bait there. Going to take the shots there. A doozy looking clean right now. Gets a couple pieces of damage in, but is going to suffer there as well. Speaking of which, on the kill feed at the moment, there breaks, takes down Diffix, Faris takes down Berserker, and Lucarix takes down Faris again. Navi on the back foot right now, Redline with only 1 more person left, not really worth going for that res. You're going to have to wait it out there. Cargo's out there, blue nade here as well, going to take some extra damage. No! And unfortunately, Redline, who were absolutely on fire today, go out at 6th place. Heartbreaking, heartbreaking, heartbreaking.
SSG will take 5th, and I think that means NAVI will take 4th now. Question mark need to get rolling themselves. Let's put the X-ray back off so we can see what the players can see. I think it's a lot more better view from a viewership point of view. Spyro gets caught just at the base of the mountain, and this is what I talk about when 4 of the Vorpal Sword teams tie themselves together, able to focus. Question mark, look for the shots on the card. They're doing well. Adus was putting some weldies down, but Navi unfortunately ended them down. Won't be too surprised. Best is in. Maybe try and hold out. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 1. Acend after losing Koro quite early. Arguably doing well. Been farming some damage. Wouldn't be too surprised the kills are going to be quite low for them. They're only on 3. Not been as aggressive. There we go. They find themselves in the top 2 position now. We've got a 4 versus 3. Kilikai, he's a little bit further back, but it's Chris and Mexico straight up here, looking to try and take the angles.
For sure here, Vorpal Swords, very impressive in the way that they've been playing. Nade goes out a little too far there for their liking, unfortunately. Not able to get that kill with the nade, not going to guarantee it. Their breaks off. WPD sees them there, going to take the shots there. Good knock for WPD right now. And Vorpal Swords are just commanding the space so well right now, and that is a winner, chicken dinner. Vorpal Swords looking really good going into day number 2.
Look good, look strong. And what makes me laugh, PWD is actually the person that's hosting the lobby, just to let you guys know. Now, if you die, there's no spectator mode. These players can't see. So he's like, hey, Mark, can you please let me know when the game's in so I can start the next lobby? I was like, hey, I don't need to let you know. If you go and get the winner chicken dinner, do you know what he did? He went and did it. He blew the bloody doors off, mate. Good game. All putting a good amount of points on the board as well. Acend, big shout out for them. Survivability strong. Lost Koho. They were doing a big wide 2-2 split. Game plan changed instantly. They went to the lower compound into the church. They held out really firm. And then there's 2 really big battles. There was that north side battle that we saw commence with a lot of teams trying to work their way in. Fellas, Faze, Redline arguably at that time as well. Fairy Tale, Pod, all getting engaged on that top side. And then we saw that whole other net section as well. Redline getting involved with our NAVI team. Esports got sandwiched between them 2. Another big team to take away from that one is going to be Redline for me. They played that well.
100%.
Aggressive, open train. It just looked good, right?
Absolutely. No, I mean, again, I've been saying it before. Redline have been absolutely incredible, outstanding performance from them as well. And at times where I thought that there were going to be worries, especially when they were playing out in the open, they played really nicely. They managed to get the kills and they needed. They played really well and essentially just wrap themselves up in a good spot there. It's unfortunate that they went out at 6th, but I do have faith that they are going to take that momentum into game 2 for sure.
That's it. It's about momentum now. I'll get my momentum shift into the lobby. We're going to take a little bit of a momentum shift and have a quick break. I'm going to have a quick look to see if I can update that graphic very quickly for you guys to make sure the colors and it comes out at the right time. We'll put 5 minutes in the clock. I'll see all you guys, though, in game number 2.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
All right, here we go.
I got most of it done. Most of it. Nearly done. Nearly done. Game number 1 done and dusted. It is best as 6 though this evening. So we've got another Miramar, which we're going to go into now. After the Miramar, though, when we come back, we've got 1 Vikendi, 1 Tego, and 2 Erangels. Supposedly the API is updated. I'm just going to keep an eye on it. I haven't put the updated leaderboard in just yet. I just need to double check it. So obviously bear with us, though, with the API. Worst case scenario, we'll get it all done, hopefully at half point, and then I'll do one at the very, very end. But for now, let's get back into it. It's game number 2. It's another Miramar. Hopefully, we get some crazy players again. See you guys in a second. Here we go. It's game number 2. It's not quite updated on the automation. It should do in 2 seconds. But the flight path, though, give or take roughly the same. We are coming from the west, but we go a little bit more towards an east to northeast. So the plane path instead of the southeast goes towards the northeast. But still, give or take, it's right across the heart of our Miramar. Everyone should get their primary drop spots. I think most teams will be happy with this one.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it goes through the heart of the map as well. So it gives a lot of teams their opportunity to just go around wherever they want instead of having to worry about an awkward drop spot. This time around, again, as you can see, Acend very happy to go wherever they normally drop as well, opting to go where they normally be as well. And again, everyone seems to be happy. We're not seeing too many hot drops. In fact, we're not seeing any hot drops. So again, everyone seems fairly comfortable with this flight path here at the moment, as every single team is now starting to land feet on the ground and get ready to loot up as we get set into match number 2 of this best of 6.
Is there a map? Is there a map stream? There's not. It's just one-man band at the moment. So yeah, again, it's a slight little issue on, I suppose, the initial part, guys, which we believe we should have got fixed now. But obviously, keep you posted. Always some technical improvements, and obviously, for those that are not aware, there are some technical issues with that overlay, but there are some technical issues when it comes down to the, I suppose, the API between PUBG and Twire.gg. So we'll come back to that in a bit, and we'll look at the leaderboard a bit later. As I said, continue to review it, and I suppose more importantly, ensure we keep you guys up to date with the most content hands. Game number 2, best of 6. We are moving our way now into a north zone. For Esports, though, I'm going to get the opportunity to extend up. So Faze as crews will be there, hot drop. And there is a little bit of a hot drop now, as I suppose looks like the feathers have turned back for Fairy Tale here. So pushing their way forward. I think they're going to try and keep the pressure on. But it is an early engagement, and it is in the heart of Monty.
Good spot for them as well there. I mean, Fairy Tale not too far from us. We are potentially going to see an overlap between 2 teams here, as they are have looked to find an early fight maybe here, as we can see them just loot up, get ready essentially. I think we are seeing some contact over on the north side. I might be wrong though, but again, very early on, very early game. Both teams bunched up together. We also did see on the map early on as well that NAVI was quite close to Howl as well. So expect those two to eventually clash or overlap at some point as well, going into this very first game. But it seems like, again, that north side being favored for as already a first shot has been taken there. Hector Pups. Again, already aware of the out there, and is down in the house. Run away now, not going to take any more contact as all of the fellas are nearby. Gets a nice knock on Michael on fire, who goes down early, and that's some information there for Fairy Tale.
Yeah, he's good hold. He's backed his way up here. Now they've got to deal with that res. Ristamar though, has that bolt in. He's using this time to, supposed to use the boxes as cover. We'll play peekaboo. I feel like we're going to get a headshot coming, though. He's waiting with that bolty. Smart be going, hey, do you know, guys, now on the roof, get the res. There goes the res onto Michael. Right side, though, hold the road side. Waiting for the fellas now to move. But look at that. Dubla is on the other side of the road. He's got a couple of dips that he can play into. Nades will go out. And the fellas, despite being the aggressor, feel like they're a little bit trapped now.
Yeah, again, after getting a little bit of that information in, it's time to relay the troops, get the cavalry back in there as well. Fairy Tail gonna back up their boy right there. Gonna, you know, wrap around, essentially, surround the outside, get as much information as humanly possible, and try to get as many shots in as humanly possible as well. Not really giving the fellows too much of an opportunity to move out. Here you can see Michael on fire. Looks a little isolated there, but the only way that they can get out of this situation right now is by fighting. So they haven't really got much of a choice there until they find themselves that open window for them to fight. Seems like Michael on fire are going to take a chance there with a couple of shots, but not finding anyone there.
Yeah, it's I like the aggression that we saw from the fellas. It just, again, kind of just for me felt a bit stale now. And I think they're a bit more on the defensive side, should we say. There's Fairy Tail moving up. They're trying to create the angle. Right side, though, with the shotgun, but the M249 produces too much damage. Nade there goes out, have to push forward, and then again, second player down. And second one to fall to the M249.
Such an awkward angle and position to play at as well. The nade, surely, of course, baiting somebody out to throw a couple of shots in, but it wasn't enough. Iroh looking to find, manages to find, sorry, bright side here. Kai looking for a shot here on a potential fellas victim there, but no one was there to take the shot. Iroh not too far from them at the moment as they are forced to play back once again. They have a lot of space. Fairy Tail are commanding quite a lot of space at the moment. By the looks of things, again, forcing the fellas to sort of play down, play back, and put them on the back foot here. Michael on fire, forced to get that res and eventually heal as Zabila starts to make his way through towards the eye of the fight.
Yeah, it's having to go back now. They're down numbers, so they're going to collapse in and play tight. Otherwise, they're just going to isolate one of them. Fellas don't like it. They played well, definitely on the defensive foot. They had to readjust how they played, and I like the dynamic, going aggressive, trying to push the individual player. They lost two, technically onto knocks, not confirms. But then we saw Fairy Tail swarm in on them. They instantly went, do you know what? We now need to play defensive. Let's get some knocks. They worked out those knocks. So those M249s really played into key. And now it's like, okay, let's now go aggressive again. We go find these last couple of players, get these kills, because technically we still need to get to zone.
They all need to get to zone. That is the big focus right now, obviously, for every single team that isn't in it at the moment. Get your picks, get into the zone, start taking position as fast as you possibly can. Early game, that will be the benefit for you for sure. Their SSG on the back foot as Cowboy and Roth are both down there, but they found themselves in a fight with GG, who aren't too far off, and neither are Howl by the looks of things, as Melman looks to find a shot on just hanging around. Not able to do it though, but spotted them. So that's, again, information for the team there. We'd say still down, making Melman the last person on their team. Gaimin Gladiators not looking too good for them here early game, Mark.
Nope, and down to one. It has been spotted.
Oh, no. Surely not like this. Not like this.
It is, mate. Jeez, good play. Howl will hit and run this one. There's a kill. SSG pretty much ended GG. We saw this yesterday, though. G didn't have a good start. They did eventually play up after. But we have to just continue to watch one. NAVI with a north rotation. They're going to come in clear by Campo Militara. Fellas still fighting. Acend driving by. I think they're interested to maybe have a little look at this one. It has completely stopped now. So fellas having to change their gear again. Look at this. This is a big play, going up high, trying to figure out where they are, and actually will expose the players from Fairy Tail. Still making the push forwards. 4 times SLR. It's going to do the damage. Just needs to, again, double check there's no one coming in from above, checking off the buildings, and then they know that bike played over. So now it's a matter of trying to find that bike. And if I put the extra on, you can see he's tucked in nicely into the cove of that stadium. Cars rotating past though, so be cautious about exactly how he moves. Now identifying one, that'd be a quick pin. That's a guys.
Starting to make their way around there. Michael on fire, not too far off from them as well, so they are going to eventually find them. It is a game of cat and mouse between both these teams. The fellas starting to make their move, and there's a fight already there. Zabila noticed is unfortunately going to take the knock there. Iroh takes out Zabila, but Zabila takes out Michael on fire. And again, it's just all back and forth. A game of cat and mouse, game of hide and seek. Unfortunately, Zabila going to take the fall for that. Iroh on top there, looking to get them from the low angle, but not able to take his head off there. Damage was taken though, but it still wasn't enough to put him down.
Yeah, Fairy Tail playing this one now as a solo. Look, should be flushed out as the fellas, they're closing in, predators of the night. Michael playing peekaboo up over. I think the information will be gathered that, hey, there's a player on top of me. I can hear the sound cues. He's down, not confirmed out. Oh, that is dangerous. He's going to take the bolty. If he's going down, I feel like he's going down explosive.
Explosive could be pivotal here if used correctly, obviously. Kaiodon's going to have to try and use that at the perfect time. Wait for the fellas to come in and then shoot it. Sure, you might find yourself in a very precarious situation right now here. They're close by, going to fire it out. No one was home there. Perfect positioning there from the fellas as they move back. No one's going to take major damage there anyway.
That's a shotgun.
Forced to play back.
He's going to go shotgun here. He's gone shotgun now. Defense up. This is a stack and go now. Does take a big hit as well. Good flash will go out. Let's get the flash on time. Gets the knock onto Michael. They've got to extend over. Goes for the drop shot, but doesn't quite get it. That's good teamwork, though. That's when you got the numbers. You stack up and go. Got to be in it to win it. Great flash, though, as the flash did come back. But as it stands, it wasn't going to hold out. First knock came in. Then the team came rolling under. The thunder going to be extinguished now. As Fairy Tail got to sit this one out now for game number 3.
Yeah, night, early night there for Fairy Tail. It's a bit unfortunate that they have to go out that way. Fellows still very far out as every other team starts to make their way into the zone, trying to find a space to sort of allow them to favor themselves here, essentially, in mid-game. But, yeah, overall, a lot of teams going down. Their foot was GG was another team that also went down fairly early as well. Unfortunately, it's just about positioning, and SSG were able to capitalize off of it very nicely there, as we have 14 teams remaining in match number 2.
Is a lot of rotation. Just keeping an eye on how these move. Interesting minds are holding, waiting for it to extend back their way. Redline do hold up. Strong T do have the high ground now. I believe Faze, one of my favourite positions for this side of the map, as they will be waiting and watching for the team to sort of play. Very hard for anyone to push them on the east, but this west push will be pretty easy and nice for most teams. Zone does shift back their way. They're in the heart of the zone. This is about locking down defending. I think they're going to be able to do it. It's a different game style now from Faze. Last game, number 1, was more of a push in, extending their way in, chipping away at the zone, chipping away at those teams. This time, key compound. Let's see if they can lock it down, stop any other teams coming in for a crash.
But that's the case for Faze. They've been able to do so far, so good, but they have to fight Strong T in order to make sure that they can hold that area down, lock it down for sure. SSG were in the sights of question mark not too long ago, and as we're seeing it now, just hanging around, the rest of the team start to make their way away from that, going to try and lock this area down here, make themselves comfortable and cozy, and basically just give themselves a home for the moment being, instead of fighting out in the open, which is the last thing that any team would want to do in this scenario, because again, fights are going to start to become very dangerous. People are going to be third-partied, and that is the way people are going to get their picks and their kills. Foot on the back foot there as T goes down. Unfortunately, there, Howl very close by. You can see the nade go out as well. Shots start flying around as Magavoro takes one down. Doffy throws out nade once again.
He's a smoke that door. That's good smoke on the door. He wants to deny information. Vegaro moves on the outside. Now Pod does actually get involved, so there's a knock on Pod. So I'm going to expect T-Bone does go. T-Bone goes down. Doffy should be reading the kill feed as we could potentially push up. The knock on T-Bone has been knocked himself, so it goes back in. More of an aggressive push. Code Marco has the high ground. Probably cautious though, because I said Pod are working their way, and here comes SSG as well. Look at that. They are looking to get involved. They're looking involved to get some more points on the board. Let's just see how close they can get. And before Pod, you are quite far out. they got the opportunity. They could maybe catch SSG out a little bit here.
Maybe. I mean, they could potentially play the numbers game, have overwhelmed them if they wanted to as well. Again, SSG playing a very slow push, as you can see there. And also NAVI in question mark opting for a 2-2 split as well, as they're trying to hold as much ground as they physically can as well. Their strong team Faze not too far off from them either. Howl spotting SSG on the road, wants to take some shots there, but not forgetting about the other threats at hand, being Foot, who still have a couple members up here.
Yep. Stay with this fight at the moment, though, because Vard's playing peekaboo. Marco does get Duffy, so down to their final player now. The Sandstorm is going to just crest past. It won't cause too much of a distraction. It might just be enough, especially if Vard can maybe get the opportunity. Pod do get Code Marco down, so again, Vard might be reading this. This is the perfect time. The Sandstorm comes into play. Faze also coming into play as well. They're not helping. Close the door. Say no more. Vard's going to try and get Beamy back up, but the nades will come raining in.
Yeah, this is it. It's a parade in that house with the amount of nades that are going to start flying in as well. It's going to try and look for some damage there. A third nade being thrown there. Foot able to get that res though. Vard able to find some solace there. Back to Bolts still alive in this scenario here. As again, Foot and Howl still fight. Vard being knocked down, unfortunately, now down to one player once again, unless they can get this res. But Howl have to stick on them. Not let that happen.
No, interesting. They're going straight up for the top side for those nades. Blue nades should have chucked it first time. And Vard will be confirmed out. How do you get that res back on? They are storing zone. It is phase number 3. Phase, I think, storing with that strong position for me, as we see teams now sending it into the water treatment again to stay here at the moment. Final player though for Team Foot. And how
I've noticed
they need to push aggressive.
I've noticed that no one really wants to push Faze at this point. They are like hunkering down and kind of locking down this site very nicely. So they have a solid defense at the moment by the looks of things, and no one really pushing that. But SSG aren't too far off from question mark, who also have a compound to themselves here as well. So again, they could choose to also play back before wanting to overlap with the opponents on the other side here. Foot still having one player left. It is back to Bolt versus the world. Code Marco down and out for the count here. Howl only with a couple members left, but will take Foot out of the picture there. As Drake also takes out Ruin, and Howl going to be picked apart slowly but surely as well. There as Kiliakai gets Vorpal Swords as Nabat down to the ground there, and Vorpal Swords not looking too good. 3 already down on the ground here. PWD, the last person standing. Last game's winners starting to shake quite a lot right now.
Yeah, he's caught. Phase 3 and can get away with it for a bit. He knows he's in the open terrain here. It's Chris, aggressive play as well. It might be just a cut loose and go. Sitting this one out before he turns that car up. Waiting for that confirmed. PWD playing big brain move. I think he knows that he hasn't got much time. He hasn't got any more smoke, so I like that he's moved on the outside. Kilikai goes down to zone, so he's going to take the opportunity to get that confirmed. Sees it's Chris now. Not going to get into that car again. Void the flame. Doesn't. Backs away slightly. I believe it's actually a 1v1 here. It is a 1v1. So both with the nades. First comes out though from It's Chris, and PWD gets caught on the flames. But he needs to. Actually, excuse that. He got away from the flames, and It's Chris deleted. Big nade comes over. It's Chris will dodge it, but he's still technically a one-man army that needs to go forward.
I think both teams realized that they just didn't have a lot of time, so they had to kill each other regardless. They couldn't play back. It wasn't going to work out for them there, and unfortunately there for Kilikai goes down. Sorry, not Kilikai. Sorry, goes It's Chris able to take that kill. Acend still one man there again. Navi starting to drive around, and Faze doing a really good job of again just locking them down here. Hakatori goes down to Corexi there. Huge first off that they are out in the open now, so they don't have much cover, but they have a couple smokes. They could throw out util if they need to. But Corexi not gonna let that happen in any way, shape, or form as Hakatori goes down. No res, no time. Fairest also going down to Gustav. Faze looking alive right now, Mark.
Yeah, they had the strength of the compound. They had the higher ground. They caught that rotation here from Navi perfectly. Look at James Doom. Big grab from him. He wants to continue the pressure now as he'll work his way forward. Got to be cautious though. More teams are coming in this way. Corexi though is again applying the pressure where needed, and that pressure might be able to cause Navi to make the mistake. I do like this wrap though from James, looking to try and get the off angle, not fully committing over to the more of the north side onto where we see Strong T, He's used the terrain so well. Should be a nade in distance now. There goes a nade. Information comes off. The car is backing away. As NAVI just going to cut loose as two. Try and survive this one out. But how? They're going to take 12th place. They're not going to be able to survive as bench heroes put them down.
Yeah, good stuff there from bench heroes. They're also quite literally holding down as well, as they've gone for a bit of a split push as well here. And Faze now opting to be the aggressors here instead of holding back, which is super interesting. Again, they were holding down very nicely, but I don't know if they would really want to extend too much to the point where they may potentially overextend here, but they could pick Navi apart there. But it looks like Strong T's doing the work for them anyway. Diffix down on the ground, so it's the last one still remaining on Navi's side. Strong T not too far off there, going to try and take a couple shots as they notice Art 1's there as well, so damage in there for Correxy. Gonna just try and find a cheeky kill here, but not able to do so as Diffix is down. Navi have one player remaining.
Yeah, this is a difficult one. As they are laying low, it is a matter of time before we see Faze get the exposure towards Navi. You're right, Strong T are doing a lot of work for Faze. I like it. They've held that compound now, but the zone shifts further away. Let's go tune in for the rest of it. Pod hold the exit towards our water treatment. I think water treatment's always been overlooked, especially since the update. And Uzi looking up. He's got to move though. It's going to be quite difficult for these teams in here.
Sure. Again, that's the thing though. They're going to have to like eventually leave this area. Again, they are playing quite low as well, so if they do get spotted, they are in a bit of a weird position to take a fight. And so FaZe Clan have the best positioning at the moment here. Strong T again, not too far off from them either, but they are going to start to make their way around again. They don't want to take the risk of staying inside the blue anymore. They are being pushed from that dominant position where they were for a lot of the time, forcing them to go low and eventually taking a fight as well, where SSG question mark and benched heroes are, who have been quite quiet throughout the entirety of this game so far.
Yeah, they've been hunkered down, and Dreams of Doom jumped straight out into the heart, though. Ahead of my badge, backed up, but they're going to push forward. They're going to spot him out. Good shot, Mike. Want to try and turn and get that res now. Vex control, hold forward. Be looking for this one. Oh, counterplay comes in. No, look at the outside play. Down to Gustav on the outside edge. Looking to use the train to their advantage. Swaps his way back in. Faze only 3 kills. Good play from them. They've been outplayed, though, I feel, by the bench heroes. As you said, they've been quiet. It's been looking good. Nade comes back in, though. And Gustav needs to make some magic happen, but the nade is only going to take out effects, unfortunately. And the nade back his way. It's going to force him down. Phase number 5, he can't be taking this blue damage. And here we go. Peekaboo should come out. Jedrox, though, he's actually playing on the blue. Gustav goes back the other way.
This is what I was worried about, right? Faze overextending a little too much or going straight in. Gustav wanting to find a kill almost instantly there, unfortunately got clipped by the rest of bench heroes. And again, yes, of course, they were playing very quietly, but they have a tendency to obviously push up quite quickly, and I do respect going for it, but it did lead to Faze's demise, which is a little unfortunate. Redline, another team that were fairly quiet during this game, in comparison to Lost, are now out at 10th place there. Question mark and SSG going at it as they lock horns on the other side there. NAVI still have one player in this game. Spyro taking out Roth. Big kill there. Gustav still surviving there from Faze. One still alive here. Is Goose going to pick apart some kills there for from SSG?
Yeah, he's going to take him. Faze does get a med on. Trying to wrap away from this. It's always dangerous, obviously, when you get these sorts of urban styles, because you've got to work your way in. 2 more meds remain for Paige to fit. And we know he loves to smile. He never smiles in photos, by the way. I think there's been one instance where he smiled.
Oh, so it's a rare occurrence? Or,
it is a rare occurrence. There we go. Fair. He gets eliminated, though. Gustav putting more points on the board. He's up to 3. He's doing good. Chipping away again at the zone. 9 first aids. But he's got to time him quite rightly. He goes for a bigger one this time. He should get that one off. That's a good push from him. And we're down. Phase number, or 6 teams remain. The phases are going. Gustav, unfortunately, is going to go towards that zone. Now we go for our 5 team remain. 16 players left on. It's a difficult one. We leave water treatment. Teams on the outside will now trying to farm some kills. Question mark, go for the extension in as well. trying to focus back over towards bench heroes. They know they're in the same train as them. I don't think they know how close we see the fellas.
I was gonna say, I don't know if they know how close they are because they look extremely close right now. Question mark. Again, deciding to play quite low here as well.
They hear that. They've heard that coming in. So they know someone's close. But look at the fellas. I put the map up there. Look, they've got Rustamar over the other side. So they've got a good angle. That's forcing question mark. I think they've definitely heard that play. Let's not take anything away. It's Chris is still alive. He's one of the 16 remaining. So he's still holding his way out as well. So bench heroes looking to try and fight the crevice where they can. They're going to be very difficult. Nades will come in. And if the nades land into this dip here, it's ensured destruction. Bench heroes need to get it going again. Big nade comes out from them. Looks like Twisted Minds, though. They're also the ones causing the damage. So great to meet ya. The anchor player for the fellas gets isolated by themselves. So Twisted Minds take this one. Looks like question mark, though. Opt to do a 180. They now push backwards towards their own little dip and crevice. It's Chris. Unfortunately, he needs to get in. 3 kills for the team. Again, survivability for Acend is good. They go down some players. We'll talk about it later. But if they're down some numbers, can kind of still count Acend with the high IQ to get themselves into top placements.
Yeah, for sure. Again, it's a numbers game. It's a waiting game for them as well. If they want to play close, they can there. And beautiful stuff. The Batolins falls down, but that also made quite a lot of noise. So Twisted Minds are aware of It's Chris's position. Now Chris is going to have to drive off. Yeah, stay away from that. Not going to go anywhere closer. Yeah, go away. Run away as fast as you possibly can, though. However, it seems that Twisted Minds are aware.
It's a gingerbread man.
I
thought you were going to go with it.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, I didn't notice. Yeah, you're right.
Mate, it's the best Christmas outfit on PUBG, mate. I love it. Question mark. Still hunkered down. Bench hero still hunkered down. Is Chris does go down as Perfected. It says, you take our boy, we are going to take you. But it's a 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1. Fellas were in a strong streak as well, but they're down to a solo player. Let's see what they can do, though. 4 kills, though, for our Twisted Minds. Looks like benched heroes. They need to try and get that res as quickly as they can. He's DBNO, but they should be back. 8 kills. Impressive 8 kills from them. Question mark. They've been in the award treatment for some time. Only 2 kills. Not too surprising. They need to try and work their way in as they are out of zone, but they spent all their smokes. There's 4, 6, 8, 10 smokes. Not bad. Yeah. I think they know. I think there's going to be a smoke wall up between benched heroes and question mark, and I think it's going to be a little bit of a heavyweight battle now as these two will sort of duke it out.
4 versus 3 there. Benched heroes again down a member there. Going to throw out a couple smokes for some cover. Their fellas unfortunately out at 4th place. There, good placement there from them. They played quite well as well. Got some good damage. Got a decent amount of kills in as well. So they're going to be quite happy with that, I'm sure, going into the next map. But it seems like, again, Twisted Minds take. Yeah, good nade.
That's a great nade. I think he missed the next movement, though. Unfortunately for Best, he needs to focus his attention back. And question mark want to take their heavyweight fight, and they've just been turned around yet again. Twisted Minds, a team that doesn't want to sit back, wait for the zone to come down to them. They've taken the action forward, though. So good play. It's heroes, though, on the other side. They've opted to not take the heavy fight with question mark. They've opted to go in a little bit more aggressive. They've gone down and round. They're still in zone. They just want, I suppose, I think what they're waiting for, if I was benched heroes, wait for that fight to kick off between Twisted Mind. Wait for the knocks to happen and just watch benched heroes send it straight in that way.
Bench heroes are going to have to do that very, very soon, though. Question mark still have another player on their team. So they still have 4 people. Spyro, though, able to take out Extends on the ground there. Just out in the open, so it's a perfect position for a question mark to capitalize off of this. Throws out a nade. Nice stuff. 2 nades going out a little bit too far. 1 not able to do the work there. Jedrox looking to find some positioning here as well. You see benched heroes now on the back foot of this fight here. It is all to play for. That turf, that hill is going to really help your positioning here if your name is question mark there. Leosh takes out Bill first there. Big stuff for benched heroes as Jedrox is able to take out 3. There we go. Question mark down for the count there at 3rd place, and we thought they were going to go the distance here for sure, considering they had all 4 of their members still there. But bench heroes proving that it doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form. 2 to 3 members, Twisted Mind still playing quite nicely here as they have the high ground. They have to be wary of Benched Heroes' position here.
I do like it. Bench Heroes, they caught, unfortunately. Doozy on the wrap out. Sparrow was the last player, though, anchoring that sort of Twisted Minds pushed. I think that Molly actually done well as well. Kind of blocked this shot. Able to get the res. They are in rags, bless him. Jedrox, he's got a vest with a bit of duct tape, no lid. Leos, though, has some duct tape that's got holes in it and definitely no lid. I think they're just waiting. Perfectus, though, is going for a bigger wrap. He just inching his way forward now. Does get the head of one. Only needs a clear headshot. There goes one. There should go two. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Twisted Minds putting a win on the board. It's only 9 kills. It's a 19-point game. And arguably, it was an aggressive push at the end there from Twisted Minds. They looked strong. And they closed it out, though, with ease.
They had enough people to also make that wrap around as well. So again, you're unsuspecting of various different angles as well. You have 3 people. That means all the more options for you to take those shots in. Twisted Minds able to capitalize off of it very, very nicely and allows them to take the win as well. Fair play to Bench Heroes as well. Again, very quiet team. We didn't see them for a lot of the time until Faze engaged with them and they all fell down to them. Gustav, the only one left for Faze. And Bench Heroes able to impress us, I'd say, for sure, in the way they played that as well. They almost won it, so credit to them as well for a big play.
It's difficult as well because they're in water treatment. They have that knife side. So obviously, water treatment's changed. You've got those 2 sort of warehouses at the top, and sometimes teams struggle with like having to change gears. You're in, I suppose, centralized zone, especially that mid to late game. There's not really much action happening. You've got a couple of neighbors, you know about it. You're throwing some shots over to them. But they had to switch gears really quickly. They dealt with the push from Faze, which were looking really, really good coming down their hill. Dealt with it really well. I really liked Jedrox. He played that car on the outside edge. He kind of stopped Gustav. He was like, hey, I can't go forward because the guy's on the outside of the fence. So it really stopped that play. And it was from that point that Benched Hero, they kind of went from 2nd gear to like 5th or 6th. They played aggressively out to the outside edge. Yes, question mark, did play well as well. They held out SSG. They were doing the same. And both of them kind of went back to 2nd gear as they held. And it was kind of waiting for that Clash of the Clans. Didn't quite play off. But then Benched Heroes identified that question mark in a sandwich. And yeah, I would assume they were just all sort of waiting it out, waiting for that fight to kick off. It didn't quite happen. So they were like, do you know what? We need to make something happen. We can't just sit here and wait for that fight to go. And that nice little wrap round. They caught question mark, unfortunately, having to open terrain. Their nades were short. Their mollies were short. As a 2-man, looked good. Extend went down. And I think the call from the boys was, look, don't bother picking me up. You can't get me. Just fight this one as a 2. 2nd place, big kills. I'll take it all day, right?
Sure. Especially when you have to fight a whole team as well, and question mark, who are playing very, very strong as well. They've got a fairly decent game there as well. They had some really good kills. Played very well against SSG as well. They took on some very big fights there as well. So yeah, Bench Heroes, fair play to them. Unfortunately, again, they couldn't close it out, but that's just how it works, unfortunately. But yeah, they I'm sure will have a lot of momentum going into the next game, as will Twisted Minds, who again played very nicely.
So about going to the next game, that's the end of Miramar for day number 2. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it will be the storm of Vikendi. It's freezing. Make sure you got your woolly hats on. I'll see all you guys and girls in round number 3.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that.
Let's go. It's game number 3. And Vikendi, you know what it is. It's got a southwest up towards the northeast. I have opted to turn off the other bit of the overlay. So with the colours, I'll get that sorted anyway. Next one. Looks like the API is up to date, guys and girls. So what I will say is, where they've had to manually put the numbers in, it won't show the correct number of games. And I'm also going to just stick with the total points at the moment because I've had to change how my automation works. So we'll keep it as it is. Obviously, this overlay will just show you only the total points as it stands. I believe he says it might not be the case. That's not right. Let me quickly fix that. I think. Hold on. It is wrong. I can quickly fix that. So again, look, there's a lot of difficulty around. There's a lot of difficulty, obviously, around when the leaderboard goes down, etc. That's all right. It's not too much of a stress. Plane is done south to north. No hot drops. Few people contending for some cars, but that is about it as it stands.
All righty. Sorry about that. Just managed to get back in.
Apologize, mate. You were good to go, mate. Didn't even know you were gone.
Fair enough.
I did, but I don't want to tell everyone. So you gave that away.
My fault. But yeah, Vikendi, that one-off map that we see every now and again. It's like once in a blue moon type of thing. Loads of bears floating around as well. Some incredibly cool. Wait, huh?
What the? I didn't even see that on the map. They were that close. They were fighting at Castle.
What?
I should have clocked that. Castle was fighting last time as well, and Redline cleared it pretty quickly. What I can tell you is I have fixed the leaderboard though. So there we go. Twisted Minds. Actually, it says is it? There you go. Day updates. 98 points. They are obviously with that win. They are starting to make a little bit of a gap. Vorpal Swords are in second with 74. NAVI are in 5th, and question mark hold out 4th. SSG on that 5th spot as well. Rest of the table is pretty tight, if I'm honest. If we look at those points, it's really Twisted Minds. I think the question is, can anyone stop Twisted Minds at the moment? Looks like we lost a team. 15 teams now remain. 60 players are left on the battlegrounds. And unfortunately, our GG team, we are currently sitting on that sort of 35. Who want to try and climb up that leaderboard. They've had a very poor start to this day at number 2.
Number 2 already starting off with a bang. We had a pretty first couple explosive maps already. And speaking of explosive as well, Team GG unfortunately falling down fast. Castle again being 4-4 as you were just mentioned early on. Again, Navi opting for that 2-2 split, going quite far out. Again, just finding some more information as well. It seems like Acend opting for that sort of south side once again. We've seen many a time before. And again, it's they look good. They look strong at the moment. They all seem comfortable in their own positions. They're all going to start making their way down to the zone here again. Fairy Tail have been holding down the south side quite nicely here as well. We've seen them do this before on Vikendi. This isn't the first time. They have gone down around the south before, so they will be doing it here again, opting to use that strategy once more. And it seems like Faze are also locking things down on their side as well, while Howl are opting to spread outside, as everyone has their own different approaches here. NAVI start to make their charge forth into the zone as well.
It's going to be a charge forward. It's going to be that south coast, which is going to be interesting. And we keep getting these zones at the moment, so it's not too dissimilar to what we've had before. So expect the same: eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Pod move in, question mark will go for their split on a 2-2 on their compound. Fairy Tale will take their compound. Acend will take the south coast when they start to rotate in. Twisted Minds will go for the high side, but for Esports have already put themselves there. Pod doing the same. Redline, interestingly, do move out, as Nailip, though, will take that compound just outside of Castle. I would love to have a Castle ending. Rotation down, we had the clash yesterday with our fellas and also with NAVI. We might see a little bit of a clash again, not just yet. One, it could be in a position if you repositions to maybe pick up one. No, Michael has gone further by, and it's going to have to rotate their way down. So no clash just yet. A little bit in the middle here. So Foot, as I said, this is where they were going to come down to, but Foot already moved in here way before them.
To bolt, yeah, again, as you said, they've just been able to lock it down way earlier than they have their back to bolt, able to capitalize on it. Vard sees one, gonna try and get some shots in. 57 damage already dealt to the side of Fairy Tale there. Nades go out as well, and that's gonna knock Kai down. Unfortunate stuff there. Second nade not really making it, but Fairy Tale are now aware of the position in which, you know, Foot are and where they are, but essentially as Vard is able to take one down, Fairy Tale now down to 3 members.
It's unfortunately a map that you can farm kills, and this is one team that knows how to farm kills in this map. How rotating their way in. Got to be cautious though. They've got Twisted Minds in front of them. We'll be looking to stretch forward. I think it'd be a sort of a stop and maybe do a bit of a scout. Fagara goes down to 1, but able to dodge the clutching claws of Perfectix. He just
Awesome Furious
tuck tail and tie back the other way.
Just to get out of a pinch there. Twisted Minds might also have a visual on Vagabora as well as he starts making his way through the barren lands of Vikendi here. You can see Redline holding down Castle so well. They were able to do it without many problem, taking GG out of the competition fairly early in this match. They're holding it down ever so more, just waiting for someone to come by so that they can potentially just take them out as well. And again, holding back is always a good thing to do, especially here.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of teams now on the rotation in. We mentioned last week and yesterday about the high ground being kind of the same. Does mean teams got to be a little bit creative about how they rotate in, but I do worry because some of these rotate paths are pretty flat, so people do get caught out on them. But I like it. Bench heroes, you know, keeping pretty tight here. Send on that sort of south side. Esports have hunkered their way down. The fellas and NAVI do opt to go for the town. The drop to be the tease between the two. Vorpal Swords get shifting here. I think Acend, remember yesterday they extended over a little bit too early, and they got caught. I don't think they're going to be doing the same, but they are following the same rotation path. So again, just ensure they don't go too far. It's just a matter of you know what, we need to chip away at this zone. We don't want to fall on our sword again like we did yesterday. And I gave them big kudos. I think Vikendi is a map that they learned really quickly as a team. As the map came out, it's always a question of like, do you know what, new map comes out, how do you deal with it? All the pro players tackling it slightly different. I do like it. I do like how quickly they adapted to it. I think they generally will be disappointed about how they dealt with it. Effect
Not too sure about this draw.
Dragon is right on top of Pin.
Yeah. And where Pod are actually just positioned overall. Yeah. Get the shot, get the information, get out of there as fast as you can, man. 4-on-1, it's not worth it. Get out of there, go, 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 go. Pin, making the movement, running away, taking a little bit of damage on the way, but that is already indication that there is somebody there smart not to take the fight there as well. Going to start making his way towards the rest of his team who are currently fighting the rest of Faze. They have that information. Redline still holding Castle quite nicely. Then Navi still opting for a fairly far push there. As you can see now, seems like Fairy Tale have their eyes set on Acend, who aren't too far off from them either here. Pod, Samale starting to get back together now.
teams rotating their way in. Pod, I think Pin made the right call. The dragon coming down. Fix the hero. I wouldn't want to take him on, mate. I'll be straight out of there. But look, he went for it, gave a chance. I think if he got a knock, it might have been a little bit different, but it didn't really happen. It's like he's got run over by the cable car. If you want to take down Fix, mate, get yourself a Vikendi cable car. That's what you need. Big hitters, big HP damage. But he's going to be rezzed. Just in time.
Free travel as well.
Yeah, just in time. Just it will just send away. If he's damaged his lid.
Yeah.
Definitely headshot.
Oh, good for one, for sure. Vorpal Swords now starting to make their way slowly but surely, shifting down towards the zone as well. They have been playing fairly quiet as well. We haven't seen much from them yet. But again, that's their plan, to play very slowly, give themselves a little bit of time. Early game just lets you find your way in, feel comfortable, get your footing in, and basically just try and get those kills as soon as you possibly can. Vorpal Swords playing that very nicely. Again, Acend not too far away from the other two members of Fairy Tail. Sorry, other three members of Fairy Tail.
Oh, you're right, it's two.
Oh, it's two. Okay, yeah, I can count. All right, cool. Excellent.
Yeah, you got it right. You got it right.
Close by.
You got it right.
Close by the Fairy Tail. Twisted Mind's not too far off either from them as well. Every single team going to start bunching up together near towards Castle SSG. Very, very close to the location of Pod Salome and Howl as well. So there are going to be some fights there. I think they've also been spotted as a couple shots have gone for towards just hanging around Androth's direction there. And they are going to be spotted. They need to find some terrain so that they can find some kills, essentially. As Code Marco has found one. Page on the floor now, just hanging around. Might be the second victim. But unfortunately for them, not able to find the kill. Just hanging around, still on full health, surviving there. But Page down for the count there. They're going to go ahead and engage inside there. And Code Marco down. Just hanging around down from Code Marco. Huge stuff from the SSG team as they go in and engage. You know what? Not wasting any time there. You see one, get your kills in. You're playing as a team, 4 versus 2. Howl already down 2 members as they start to get some reinforcements coming through, but it might be too late. Nade goes out. Just gonna scout some positioning here. Howl not in a good spot there. Roth taking 52 there. It's all to play for.
They really can't hang out there for much longer. Faze will take the opportunity to farm some damage. I think if Faze get enough knocks, I wouldn't be surprised to see them give up that high ground and push in. Dreams of Doom looking for a new angle. You can see him on the bottom side here. How down for a 2. SSG 3, but once DBNO just hanging around, won't be hanging around on the floor for too long. Roth does get the res on, has slowed down slightly, and as I said, Faze, I think we'll just wait now before they get the opportunity. But how they can't use the outside edge, they've got to use the building. We already know this building doesn't provide, I suppose, the line of sight over. They've only really got the downstairs and that little bathroom window to get some shots out. So limited opportunities here for Howl. Let's see what they can do with it.
See how Howl are able to do it for sure. Again, this is a very dangerous position to be in. This isn't like the late games or the end game where you can play back, you have a little bit of time to breathe. No, not at all, especially considering SSG is quite literally on your back as well there. They are going to look to find these kills, team wipe Howl as soon as possible there. Howl in a very, very dangerous position as they have to, as they are forced to play back, forcing SSG to start making a move as soon as possible. Nades are going to start to come out now. Smokes are going to start to be played there as well. Nade goes out to good nade actually there, but Vagavora still surviving, still alive. The second nade goes out. Roth unfortunately on the back burner there. Vagavora gets the knock. Huge stuff there. Howl. This back push might still be working there as they start making their way out now. They can start to confidently start pushing out now. 2 on 2. Howl looking super, super strong. Just hanging around. Able to get it, and SSG are out. Howl unfortunately. Sorry, Howl able to take SSG out, and unfortunately they're not around anymore.
That is a good play. There's a lot of Howl fans in chat, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Turkish community screaming about that one. Howl down, they packed together. They did lose 2, but the pack is still able to deliver a big blow. Nice knock, great nade from Magarat. He put him down, then obviously that push came through. Double flash comes through, and able to keep the pressure on SSG. 14 teams now, 49 players left alive. Looks like our strong T need to get shifting themselves. They're going to work their way in. Oh, but a zone shifts back up. Gives the favours back to those Vorpal Swords. Twisted Minds go for the move themselves. Looks like NAVI gets shifting earlier, actually before Acend. Acend were in front of him. Again, there's a nice little ridge, there's a couple little dips and crevices, but slightly different actually. Kind of like this, it is different compared to the game that we had the other day because it hasn't gone down towards the southeast. It's now playing its way back towards a northwest. Got to get thinking, got to get moving, and the movers and shakers looks like it's question mark here as they are putting that E pickup down to get going, and they're opting to maybe go. I would be surprised for them to sort of land themselves into that urban train.
It's all in Seas 1, they're Acend, starting to make their way towards their areas now. They're going to start making some movement there, but there is some information relayed there for Twisted Minds. They're going to hold themselves down right here. They have no reason to go ahead and push that as well. They're not too close, so they're going to forget that. There is Acend start making their way down now, feeling a little bit more comfortable, but they can play from range here.
I knew it was going to be long before we start seeing some rotate. So how the pack's been split slightly. It's obviously on the dodge himself. Now he's going towards our strong T. Let's keep this. A lot more teams though working their way in. James of Doom is going to get laying out as many shots as he can. Pim's dodging it himself. He's got away with it slightly. How are these teams getting in between everyone? How lose one? They are going to continue to send it over towards Bench Heroes. Loses control, turns around, big shots come down. It is Twisted Minds for one. On the other Jason side, though, we are seeing question mark land in the church. Able to actually land in the church as well. Bench Heroes unable to pick them apart. Vorpal Sword are in. Acend did move to that little dip here as they will sort of see our fellas rotate past. But they use, again, that dip really, really well. NAVI on the other side, they will force the fellas back this way. I don't know if the fellas have an idea exactly where the team are, but they do dodge. There goes one. Diffix puts down Big Barnet. Great to me. It has to go for that quick seat swap. It's the final player for them. It's going to be a hold up at this rock. And pray for the zone to come back. Oh, Navi's lost one to a bear. Sost is going down. NAVI getting bit in the bum. He's reservable. He's reservable. You just got to get to him really quickly. But the bear.
Yeah, of course.
The bear. He's stealing the show, mate. See you later. That's why I've got the animation for the grizzly bear, boys.
That's incredible. As they say, obviously, don't poke the bear there. So, unfortunately, will not be able to be saved. Looks like, yo, he actually, hold on.
Nah, he's gone.
Might be.
He's gone.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, unfortunately.
It's done by bear, mate.
No save. Yeah. Not the best way you want to go out, but it is what it is. NAVI still have 2 to 3 players still remaining on their team as well. Their Fairy Tail not too far off from them as they start making contact with them as well. They're going to start to take some shots and some damage as well. Starting to draw some blood. Their Bright Side basically down for the count now, leaving high on their own here as well. NAVI are going to look to push this, but Acend aren't too far off here as well. Third party, and it gets the nade. Big stuff from them as well. Going to put some extra damage in, and Acend are aware of the positioning here. They can push this as quickly as they want to. Breaks on the top as well. Nade goes out once more. They're in Fairy Tail are out of the competition, bowing out at 13th place.
Yep, and then soon after that, looks like Pod under huge amounts of pressure as well. Strong T really picked apart. Presenti is their last player. Wistamar, though, he's also a solo ranger. Twisted Minds 2-2 split, a very big 2-2 split. As I think the next kind of fight that's going to kick off is going to be this question mark versus Bench Heroes. So they get the kind of round 2 now on the board as we saw the fight kicking off. So let's see if question mark are going to lay down a bit of a heavier blow. Numbers are the same. Unfortunately, this time Tudrox is down, but Leosh is up.
Down. Hello, my bad, Leosh, and extends the last 3 remaining for Bench Heroes there. The fellows are now down and out thanks to Twisted Minds, who are able to seal the deal on them as well. Bench Heroes, question mark, gonna lock horns very, very soon. They're just trying to play very patiently, waiting for someone to make a mistake or bait out positioning just so that they can find something or someone's head to pop out there. A doozy, however, starting to take some shots there. Schengen from T's side, however, on the kill feed takes down Gustav from Faze Clan as they start to lock horns as well. Their Redline getting involved with Acend, and it looks like they're going 1-for-1 there on their side as well.
Ah, Acend, that's such a good position. You get pushed by Redline. Unfortunately, this is the outcome when it comes down to Vikendi. It becomes very much edge play quite quickly. Laosto is literally waiting for a doozy to push forward, but he's taking a bit of a side hit, so he has to dip in towards cover. Vorpal Swords, they'll have a look here. Looks like Twisted Minds looking back. Esports take the south side. Redline on that east. Faze store about here and Presenti. He's getting pushed. Nade goes out nearly into the car as he puts it into the passenger seat, but it's not. Strong T will take the drive-by. They will take the area and put that car fortification up quite quickly.
Team's going down quite quickly. Everyone dropping like flies at the moment. Their pod Samurai down and out for the count there. Unfortunate for them. Perfectus takes out Hello My Bad. Leosh able to take out Spyro from question mark as well. Everyone taking some shots there, but benched heroes all lacking at the worst possible time as Best of Luck takes Leosh out and seals the deal on them as well. Here question mark still have 3 people remaining, can heal up, give themselves a bit of time. Not too many teams close by to them as well, so they can play back. Play quiet if they need to. Zone shift as we get to phase number 5 of the game.
This is a strong shift here. Look at this. Esports though working in behind. Redline will be in the middle. And we do have on the other side Faze crushing their way forward as well. Redline need to be cautious here. Now they drop the hammer on Acend. They need to be very, very careful. They overextend towards Faze. They might find Foot will try and take position away from him. I think Foot wait, watch, and listen. Looks like T-Bone is already trying to move his way up. Nail It, though, is the anchor player for them. Faze do get one of the reses back on. And the shots come in. It's T-Bone is the danger. He's the powerhouse. Who's further around? Big nade comes over. That should be Nail It down. It's not. It's actually James of Doom. Puts him down. He's looking for that. They have to duck their way back. If Redline do overextend, they lose one. Crux is down as well. Esports trying to tighten up though, but great shots from Redline, just unable to get that knock.
Should be looking good right now. They know the positioning of 2 of them at the very least. They're Vard and T-Bone not too far from them as well, but Lucrux goes down, leaving Redline with just 2 members there. Mixie goes down. Honey Badger, the only remaining member of Redline. 6 kills on the board for them though. Not too bad at the moment. If they can get another one in, I'm sure that will be good for them as well. But unfortunately, as I say that, they are taken out. There are nades being thrown out. Shots are being fired as Redline are out at 9th.
Is a big push down. Out in 9th place. 8 teams now remain as FaZe Clan takes some shots. Does actually catch him. Corrects in the last couple. Picks up Doffy. He tries to duck his way back in. 4 kills though for them. Looking a little bit further over. Looks like Twisted Minds have played back here, but Navat puts down Diffix and Hakatori. So Ferris is their final player. IGL, we'll see what he can do here. That P90 is out of action. Nade will go across towards the other side. Initial shots will come through. Blue Zone Nade looking to get the confirms. Pressure store remains here from Vorpal Sword. They're looking good at the moment. Let's see if they can pick around Ferris. Shots come through. One's on the clock. A spray, a grenade, anything will end them up. And NAVI will take the first placement points though. 8th place for them. They're going to pick up the additional point. And it looks like our Vorpal Sword team going back onto the clock. They are back to 4.
Swords able to clean up NAVI. Very good for them as well. Example takes out Duncan from Strong T. So yeah, it's all to play for right now. Everyone going down. Fortunately there, Gustav falling victim. There we go. There goes Drake as well there. T currently have Faze on a chokehold basically. Not really going to give them too much space at the moment. Nade goes out there from Schengen. Strong T looking super strong at the moment there. Faze are going to have to try and find a way to fight back. All run away as a Foot are very close. And it seems to me as if they want to push James by the looks of things. And Faze unaware. James, I don't think knows the positioning of Vard at the moment either. So they could potentially try to take the shot, get this fight in, and potentially even steal a kill off of Strong T if they really wanted to. Starts making the move there, and James in the smoke. Not going to opt to take too many shots as they don't know the positioning there. And James going to stand behind cover just a little bit more.
Yeah, the smoke is burning. I think he's waiting for our Strong T to come over the top. That's not going to happen here. Back to the other side. Vorpal Sword, we left them 2 seconds ago with 4. We come back and they're down to a solo Ranger. Question mark though playing out. There's a quick kill confirm. Actually a steal from the other side. Esports putting those steals and kills on. So they're getting more points. 470 for Vorpal Sword. It is T-Bone that's got the angle. Looks like Phil First might be trying to make the drive by. Flash will come out, looking to try and catch him. Does catch him and gets the knock. Nice knock from him. Best rolls in. He's out as well. He hides his way into the bushes of Vikendi, and he'll be able to get that knock. T-Bone, has he got the angle on it? He hasn't quite. That tree just providing enough cover. Oh no, he's moved into the site. T-Bone, there's a quick 1, 2. There's another point on the board. 4 for him. 7 kills so far from Foot Esports, and we go down to 5 teams.
Esports looking really strong right now here. They are able to capitalize off of it as well. Yes, considering they did lose a member, but that doesn't matter to them at the moment. They are going guns blazing quite literally here, Marcus. They are starting to make their advances towards strong team, who are not scared to make advances towards them either. Unfortunately, Bard wanting to take a 2v1. Falls short. There gets Art though, however.
Good nade. Oh,
yeah,
get caught. I thought he was closer. T-Bone, no, taking some shots himself. I think he's down, so I've got to be cautious, but they've got no one else really contending. I say that, scrap that. Twisted Minds leave the compound now. They're pushing now. Strong T down to a 1. Nade does go out. We see Twisted Minds spread apart. We're going to see them continue to make the push here. MK, from example, where the Twisted Minds could get in the util. That nade should be done. Oh, he got a mid on in time. Jeez, Kobe. Let's see if another one comes in from Crazy Lou. It's going to allow Foot Esports to get that res on. It's going to allow Foot Esports to get back up to that kind of 3 strong with that high ground. If they want to, they can start getting some angles on this one. Strong T has tucked in nicely, though, and he's going to be able to play. That car's going to go. It's going to be a matter of time. And there we go. Out 5th place for them. We are going into our top 4, though. 4 versus 3 versus 1 versus 1. And yet again, Twisted Mind are here yet again. Our survivability for our team Acend is still looking strong. If you haven't got cover, sit in a random car. You're good as gold.
Who's gonna suspect you, especially if you're sitting in the back? No one's really gonna see you there, or you could just play very quietly. They don't know you're there. Use that as cover. Take the opportunity to strike at the perfect time and just play the waiting game there. Breaks just chilling right now. Probably just having a snack as well, just waiting for something to happen here. As Twisted Minds, Foot, and Question Mark are still left in this game right now, as you can see right here. Twisted Minds opting to just play together right now, as they have got eyes on Foot Esports, who still have 3 members remaining. A fight is going down there. Shots are starting to go all over the place right now. Twisted Minds starting to make some moves right here.
Vectix is having a look. He'll be the one that will spot Mexico in that car. Looks like the smoke is going to happen, so the fight for this side, I think, must commence. They're both waiting for both sides just to make a move at the moment. On the other side, though, Zone Best is in. I don't think he's going to play peekaboo just yet, but he might come look at that car as a bit of cover as an option for later. Foot Esports, though, they're just trying to scout, find where they want to go. Let's have a look, though. Best has been exposed slightly. They are slightly ragged. 8 kills for Foot Esports. They are looking strong. Looks like Twisted Minds know they can't push up here. They've left it a bit too late. They're now pushing their way in towards zone. Love it. Ascend. Hunker yourself down. Get yourself out. You're in a top 4 position, and there is no need to move just yet.
So much time as well to just wait until one of these teams go down for sure. Best luck. Still running away, playing quite low. Opting to go outside the blue zone for just a little bit.
He smokes. That's what he's looking for. He's got mollies. He got 1 smoke though, so it's going to be so difficult for him. Foot Esports playing into his position as well. I don't think they've even clocked it. Big nade came out from the car. It's not too bad.
Oh, yeah.
That does put him down. Now, this is interesting. Foot Esports will know it's not a 4-on-4, but Twisted Minds might not be. Ascend haven't been in the kill feed for some time, so able just to chill. He will activate at some point. I think Twisted Minds might think they're playing a 4 versus 4. Depends on how good they've been on that kill feed read. I'd arguably say they're on it, because a lot of the action for Foot Esports has been quite in this sort of mid to late game.
I'm sorry, this is so funny to me, the way he's just chilling in the car.
He's there, mate. He's cool.
He's just waiting. Breaks is just chilling right now. He's just not a care in the world. There is a war happening outside. Could be bumping some tunes right now. Who knows? 2 kills on the board for Ascend at the moment, but there is an all-out war happening on the side between Foot and Twisted Minds. Again, no one caught casualties just yet between both sides as they go at it. Nades throwing out between the 2 teams.
He's the only
he's the only one in the zone.
Let's go, Ascend. Let's go. Rise up, Ascend. Let's go.
If this works, you know what? Fair play to Ascend, because that is absolutely
If they
insane.
take casualties, mate, he can jump out at any time, and he knows where all the players are, so he has the car. He could just jump out onto the other side of that car now and just wait. But, mate, rise up, Acend, mate. I can just see my chat now. He's just going to be going, this is the little Acend emote's going to be kicking off. Let's go, dude.
Honestly, I would literally just wait on just having every single team be down to like maybe 1 or 2 people, and eventually just then using that as an opportunity to strike for a 1v1 opportunity, especially if you're feeling very, very confident there. Breaks knows where everyone is as well. But speaking of the action going on the field there, example, able to take somebody out there. Duffy goes down there, and it is all going to hell for them as well. Their foot, Esports on the back foot. Their Breaks decided to come alive now. Going to try and take some casualties here. It is a 3 versus 1 situation here. Twisted Minds aware of where Ascend's last player is now. They're going to get some placement points. The question is now, can Breaks capitalize? As one starts to make the rotate around. And that is all she wrote. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Twisted Minds back to back. Take match number 3.
Oh, it was so close. Rise up, Acend. Rise up.
It could have happened.
Do you know what? It was good. It was really good.
It was good. It was actually really solid. I enjoyed that.
I liked it. It's a winner-winner chicken dinner, though. Acend done their bits. They put 2 points on the board, our team Acend. And I think the one thing that stopped him in his tracks, the speed of which Baturians put out that smoke. He was going to put a smoke forward. He started getting shot on the side, but he put that smoke down so quickly, he just stopped the ability. Bresco couldn't finish his guy in front of him, so he's locked in. And unfortunately, he missed Perfectit's moving around on his side. Again, he sees the players. He sort of checks off. He moves his way in. If he would have caught Perfectix, he would have had him bang to right, so it would have been a 2v1. He could have then set back, wait for that car to go. It was always against him, let's say it. But massive, massive, massive shout to Acend, but big back-to-back chicken dinner. I feel like at the moment, is it a case of who is going to stop Twisted Minds at the moment? They're levitating their way up. They're already on 98 points. They just put big kills on, and they put placement point on the board.
To be fair, you know what? They've got the momentum. They're feeling strong. They're trailblazing right now. Currently back-to-back winners at the moment between 2 maps. They took Vikendi, they took Miramar, and honestly, they're looking good. It's just a matter of whether or not they can be stopped at this point. Acend were very close. There are some contenders up there as well. Faze have been playing very well as of late here. Benshira's doing their part as well. There are various different teams that can put a stop to them, but the question is obviously, can Twisted Minds full, or will they continuously keep going throughout the rest of the series? We'll see. But yeah.
That's it from you now. So if you haven't already, give Mercenary Squad 0 a follow. Great guy. I hope we're getting back again in tomorrow as we will go into our last day. We're going to swap over casters. We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, it's going to be Tego. And then we're going to end things up, though, on Erangel. I'll see everyone in a few.
Put you in the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry in the name of love. When you ride with me, don't gotta worry when tomorrow comes. I'll put you in the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry now, 'cause we stay in control in the name of love.
Insert amount of money.
New map, new caster, and here we go on Tego. Flight path from about 10 p.m, making its way down to about 5. It's a northwest to southeast flight path to get us going over here on one of my favorite maps. Mark, it's growing on me. It really has grown on me this last couple of months as players have worked out how to navigate this wonderful little map. But the big thing that really stands at this point, Mark, is how can teams navigate around twisted mines without being taken out at the moment?
Yeah, they find themselves, though, on some big numbers. I thought that hot drop was going to happen. Not the case. But for now, we go back to the map and just keep an eye on it. Hopefully, we've got another hot drop down. We're watching that GG. I do like this map. I've always liked this map when it's come out. I just felt like it was one of those ones that were kind of esport ready off the rip. But actually, the more and more I watch it, the more and more the players learn. I continue just to love it. I'm like, yeah, 100%. I just want to see more of it, though, Gibson, when it comes down to bigger events. I wouldn't mind seeing kind of a 2-2-2 one day and then a 2-2-2 another day. So we kind of like have this like map rotation.
Yeah, so are you saying, Mark, that Tego's been a grower, not a shower? As that's a great stream. Levante is... What are you... I don't know what you're talking about, mate. As Levante will get that point on the board. Uba will send it off in the distance. And, you know, GG, right? It's been a real week of opposites, right? This time last week, they were riding high. This is when they really kicked in to third, fourth gear to make a push, but this week they just don't seem to be... The motor isn't running as smoothly as it was last week.
Might need an oil change. No, you're right. But again, kind of kicked in gear. Maybe day 2. I think they've struggled a bit on day 2, so have they left it a little bit too late? Well, I think the question is who in the lobby can catch Twisted Minds at the moment. They are looking strong because they didn't have a great week last week, right? Zone pops quite early in that flight path over on the west-hand side. We mentioned Twisted Minds. They've got a long rotate, but it does stay down this south side. The danger with this south side, though, Gibson, is the amount of water we've got in. So much has to play. Diffix, I think, is in the key position. If he wants to go for the hill, he's got to do for it quite quickly because teams around here, GG, question mark, they will know how strong that hillside is just out to his ETH because they can farm so much information. Actually, I might take back question mark because question mark won't push in as aggressively. They will sit kind of where they are, and it's kind of that triangle effect between recliner, as you call it, Diffix, and I suppose that question mark position of where the teams sort of rotate in.
Let's be real, Mark. This is three very distinct zones inside of the circle. For Navi and Acend, maybe 2 more teams can play in that little peninsula that you've got. And you got to cut that off from the rest of that island then. If you look towards the east, towards Hosan and Swamp, they're very specific areas. Like, when you look where Navi are right now, nobody can really push them from Hosan side unless they go by sea. Nobody's going to push them from the west. So really all they got to worry about is north and northeast. So that you got to think about that little peninsula as its own individual spot. So a lot of teams will either go there early or not go there at all. Then you look at the rest of the map now where you see Pod Samlet rotating through, where you've got Recliner, where you've got Swamp. It's going to fill up pretty quickly here as well. All in all, this is one of the worst possible circles that you could get if you want to play for longevity on this map, because this is going to force feed it a lot of fights in Phase 1, Phase 2, and 2-2 splits, which will come out a little bit later in the game, are going to be that little bit more risky again, because there's just so little real estate to play when so much water, or so much of the zone is water, and the way that the shape of this zone is shaped as well.
Is the problem. It kind of forces teams to fight a little bit early, so especially like the Miramar, very much the map that we feel like is that 2-2 splits like style. You do see some of it from that Tego. It's been referred to Miramar with trees. With this one though, especially with this zone, Gibson, you're right, mate. It's just going to force these teams not, if they are going 2-2 split, one, they can't hold it for as long as possible, but they've got a higher risk now of teams pushing in, so it's going to be more of an aggressive play. This is kind of got to fight on your feet. You've got to be able to fight for position and be strong on your guns. Bench Heroes, though, will lose 1. It comes in, though, from the adjacent side. Strong T going to opt to now try and move across. Bit of a weird move, though. Just received a knock and pushing underneath here. Maybe they just don't know that this is a different team that got the knock.
Yeah, I think it's that getting a little bit lost in translation. There's the callback. They're going to push back towards the rest because Michael has gotten close enough to side to get that knock, and now it's a race against time if you're strong T to get back and try to get into this fight before you lose additional players. But as you can see, Michael will spot out just the edge of the shoulder, and there is already flushed out, and he should be able to flush the second player away here too. And all this will do is allow benched heroes to cross the bridge if that's what they decide to do. And look, Shenzhen getting out of there, knows the battle is lost, but the war is still there to be fought for. They will rotate away. But what I wanted to point out, Mark, was I had a circle very similar to this last night. Maybe it was a little bit more towards the east. Oh, well, we'll pick up that point in a moment because Redline Lukarux gets the knock on to Besto. Question mark. Well, they deal with Lukarux pretty quickly. Lukarux has been taken down. They'll get the res off as well. But Mixie is pushing in. Is he going to hit the brakes now that his player's been flushed? No. He is going to send it into this compound. Nade pre-thrown on the far side from a doozy. But this is great because Spyro is coming in as well. And Mixie needs to pick his poison. Which of these players do you want to deal with? The rest of Redline are making their way into this battle here as well as Georgie will get into position. Pops out Spyro, tries to get the flush and will do so. Besto is out. Spyro will get knocked here too as it's a great bounce back from Redline. Woo! There's a doozy though, bringing it back again. I believe it is a 1 versus 2 and here come Howl, Mark.
Doesn't take long, mate. This wolf pack, mate, when they sniff blood in the water, they are pushing and pushing hard. Doozy on the back burner, though. He's got the level pre-built-in to sort of get himself into, but it's going to draw attention from other players, other angles. Takes a couple of shots in the back, puts him down to a 2, but he's going to be able to put a res on. That's going to allow Howl just to reposition, refocus their attention. Code Marco now coming in, might do a backflip up to the top, not quite the way he goes. Flash now comes in, a doozy does now go full send towards the top, as he'll maybe put that molly just down on the stairs. That might be enough to stop him. I think he does that little 360 spin, picks up Fagara. That's the information gathering. It's 4 times greater than I can, and there he goes, that molly. He is going to try and hold it out, does catch him out. Repeat though, gets the knock. Nate comes in, doesn't get the connection, and a doozy here. Gibson is surviving.
Yeah, that's all he had to do. That knock is huge for him as it allows him to get off of that upper roof and then focus on the next fight. Don't forget about Mixie, who's still close by as well. And I think Howl, they know that there's 2 separate teams here. They just are focusing on the one that they can locate, and that is a doozy. Stone gets ready. Razor elsewhere will get a flush onto Fairy Tales. I've been keeping an eye. Vorpal Swords have been winning that battle so far, but Mixie, I love the angle Mixie has. There's one, there's 2, a doozy. There's Mixie. Well, third party, and he gets the knock, and here's the flush, and how much damage. Oh, the nade won't get the flush. But Mark, Mixie knows that it's a 1 versus 1 now on the Code Marco,
2.
And you got to be aggressive.
It's a 2. I think they got the res on the right-hand side.
Did they?
Oh,
No,
no, they
they
haven't. No,
didn't.
you're right. They haven't. So it is a 1v1. You are right. Here comes GG. They want some of this as well. Definitely 1 versus 1. Howl got the opportunity to get the res. Mixie going to go around if he's quick enough and maybe get that flush. And here comes Twisted Minds. Everyone looks into the compound, and what you don't want is a player to be down. Hey, there's a freebie. Perfectix will say, I'll take that one, as he now overlooks onto this side. Difficult compound to hold, especially if you are down numbers.
This is the impact that this circle is having again. It's forcing more aggression from a lot of these teams. Redline down to just Mixie. Howl have got 3 of their 4 back onto their feet, and now that will make things even more damaging for Mixie. But look at this, Twisted Minds demobilizing the vehicles as well to make sure that whoever wins this fight is really going to struggle in the late game. Mixie coming under fire from every single angle here inside of phase 1. And just look at Alia starting to creep in from the north as well. That's a really good molly. That forces Mixie around the corner. Howl don't want to worry about Twisted or worry about Redline for much longer. There's the stun. There's the push. Mixie will hit fire 1, but he ain't going to get them both. Marco is Johnny on the spot to get that knock, and Howl will get 3 alive once more. But Mark, it's just a horrible, horrible circle for these players to contend with.
Is an insane. That little window is just too far out. That's finally hopping in front. Flash goes in. Oh, get him, lads. Runs straight through and gets put down as well. Redline down and out. We lost a couple of teams. 14 teams now remain. Looks like Furt bullying GG out of recliner slightly. They've got to reposition. GG didn't take advantage on that other side. Looks like we've got an SSG fight though, as they all clear. Faze can't even get there in time. 14th place for them. Acend moved down to the south as well. They're going to now try and ult. SSG really impressed me so far on this invitational. I know they're grinding. I know they're on the NA and the EMEA scene as well. But like, hands down, like, they're putting in a work this side of the year already.
Oh, they are. And because they've got a new player in Cowboy stepping in, they've got to work twice as hard to build that chemistry, because if SSG don't get an addition, that global partner spot, one of the 2 that are up for grabs, these guys know they have an all-out war on their hand to qualify for these international events. Europe is the exact had at this first half of last year. Are they going to get a global partner team spot? I don't know. You know, there's other teams that are going to want that as well. They need to really get prepared for this season as well. Gaimin Gladiators, another team that are going to push for it. All I'm going to say is this is going to shape up to be the most cutthroat year of PUBG I think we're ever going to have seen.
Again, it's like we need like another 10 like org slots, right? Global partner slots that we're lacking, and obviously there's a lot of speculation of where those 2 9 and 10 are going to land. It's going to be a difficult one. I think you're right, the cutthroat though, because if they don't get the global spot, they've got to fight hook or by crook to get position and get placement to get themselves onto those lands. But that might mean more hot drops, that might mean more aggressive plays. What it means for now, it means more aggressive start to the 2024 season for PUBG. I'm saying the season's not even started, pre-2024 season.
Yeah, Kexa will peek up over. Perfectix falls. Twisted Minds lose 1. As that scouting mission did not go very well for Twisted Minds. Now look at the circle, Mark. It's really separated into those 2 defined spots now. T-Bone gets a nice couple of shots in, and down will go Fairy Tale. We have 12 teams left alive, and this is Strong T. They had a gunfight a little bit earlier. Now they're going to intersect that spot between Howl and I believe that is Foot. Oh, how many flips did Marco just do?
10. Still alive, mate. Oh, I jinxed him.
Why?
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry, mate.
you shouldn't have opened your mouth, Mark. You should have just left it at the flips.
He just waited. Example waited for that card just to level up a little bit. Let me get that confirmed. Other side though, Bench Heroes going to work their way in. The thing went for the south though. We saw SSG take Faze. Actually, we missed SSG taking Faze on that south side. Interestingly, that hill that was on that east side of Diffix though has not been taken. Navi opted to take the compound, but they went for a bit more of a wider 2-2 split. Got to remember, 2 different game plans here. Both Acend and Navi land in this position now, and different game styles. Looks like Acend want the kills. Navi want to lock it down.
Example just looking from this angle. Batulins takes some damage from Ruin, which will force him back into cover. But Example still has a great angle. Rocks getting a kill elsewhere, but there's Lou getting close enough to Quetpa to get within nade throwing distance. That Dragonov is also within the danger zone now, so toss that smoke to your left so you can focus entirely on this fight. But look, Howl, I feel like Marco is waiting for Lou to extend just a little bit more towards the right because he's got the Dragonov in his hands as well. Quetpa, time is getting a little bit of an issue for him as he has been knocked once before. Rurn takes a big shot, 99 damage, and Lou hits Code Marco. And now do we see the push because the blue zone mark is going to start moving in 25 seconds time, and with that, Howl need to get out of here.
Yeah, they do. He's phase number 3. Crazy Lou's just taking the big play to retract himself back out the compound area, or the line of sight is going back for his car. I think if the car was right underneath his tippy toes, it might have been a different play there for Crazy Lou. Down for 1, still 1 shot, down 1 to the ground. So both of them will be able to get the res. The zone comes back. This is where we lose this sort of south to southwest bit of water. Quite normal play here. Navi again interested. Not the move up I'd expect. Still not taking the high ground. And I think a lot of teams look at this area going, Gibson going, I think that high ground's already taken. Let's avoid it. And that's forcing people into like the lights of guns like SSG here.
Well, Navi were playing for that to go west, and it didn't. It went a little bit more to the east, so now they have to decide what to do with their 2-2 split. And Roth, perfectly below the UAS, hits that nade, but fellas will try to get some cover down for their man Iro, but Iro is more than likely gone out of this lobby. That is that. Nabat steals that one away. Vorpal Swords, your second place team, adding another point to their already packed purse. Michael goes in the distance now as well, firing towards where Pixel was, but Habako hits him with a headshot, and that'll be Michael DBNO now as well. While all that was going on, here come Acend rotating their way in, and look, Acend and cars, it's a bit of a trend I'm starting to notice, and they've used it pretty well to get points tonight so far.
It is. They are going to rotate a little bit further afield. Nice re-smoke here. I think there's enough smokes to cover it. I think actually that one won't provide the cover now as SSG. The Finn will come rolling through. Cowboy will go for that confirm. Let's see what he can do. And Page will get not just the one, he'll finish up the second one as well. So exchange the cars. Now we'll see the move now as SSG will come underneath the nose of Navi. Ascend all the way around towards the other side. They can cause some damage if Navi want to collapse their 2-2 together. Navi are going to have to push past his team Ascend. Let's see what they can do. They are looking to go that way. Logically, you would collapse this sort of split now, but maybe they've heard the car and they're just opting just to come a little bit out of the compound and maybe just continue to hold a bit of a wider split and farm more information.
Mark, the only thing that's allowing Navi to play this 2-2 split is the fact that, well, there's 2 reasons why. The first is because we're down to 35 players in the lobby already. Yeah. And the second was because they played for that peninsula off towards the east and it didn't go there. They know that to their east is practically safe. So they can continue to hold this 2-2 split. But this zone shift will now force them to consolidate their position. Now, they're not going to go just yet. They're going to keep an eye on what's going on around them because they know Ascend have leapfrogged ahead of them. So they're going to wait for the perfect moment to turn that 2 back into a 4. but sometimes moving early as soon as the zone pops is not the right thing to do. So we'll keep an eye on how that plays out for them. As Foot now, realizing the way the zone is shifted, they're going to make their way in towards the marshes. And inside of Swamp, it's one of those places, Mark, where you can hide in plain sight because of the rushes, because of the water, because of how difficult it can be to spot people out. You don't even need cover sometimes to go unspotted.
No. You can get away with it, and we unfortunately didn't work that way for Fairy Tale. But I kind of like Foot. They've moved into a position now, and they're going to try and hold out teams from the south. We know it's going to be Twisted Minds pushing their way, and they've received the damage once from the swamp before. So the teams don't. We do see Howl take the top spot. If NAVI opt to go round Team Acend, as they've got to move their way in. SSG looking like they want to move as well. NAVI are playing up towards that top. Now while there, need to be cautious. SSG got big decisions to make, and kind of everything's gearing towards maybe this high side.
Yeah, and SSG leapfrogging ahead of NAVI, who do eventually get into that four-man team. But as you can see, they are at real risk. But if they can spring the first knock here onto SSG, it will open it up. But Vorpal Swords are doing them a massive favor here too by putting pressure onto Pixel. Cowboy making a lot of noise. Back to Bolt on the other side of the zone. Gets the knock on to Twisted Minds as they push in from the southwest. But Mark, SSG really stuck between a rock and a hard place. The only thing that might work out for them is that if NAVI really want to put pressure onto them without tossing nades, they're opening up lines of sight for Vorpal Swords.
Yep, it's another fight for the high ground. Gillikai is not DBNO. Koho Brexco is out. It's Chris is the final player for them. He's going to try and ensure teams don't work their way in. Back towards the other side, Ferris does pick up Roth, and Ferris gets that confirmed pretty quickly. Hakatori looking back after all the shots coming out towards this high side. Obviously keen to keep an eye though, but and so for our Twisted Minds opts not to go through Foot, and we are seeing, as you mentioned before, Vorpal Sword, and they've been a pain. Unfortunately, not for much more. 11th place for them. They'll be down and out, and SSG, they're going to look to try and push up as well.
NAVI went nuts, and now they turn their attention to SSG. You've got the team holding you down. Now focus the team you've been holding yourselves. Page wants to get the res on the Cowboy, but it's not going to be feasible. Here comes the push from NAVI. Utility being thrown to hold them back, but Diffix spots out Pixel, does a lot of damage. Page will take a jump now too. Hakatori and Diffix wipe them out. Down go SSG, as NAVI are really starting to feel that momentum crawling through their veins. Pod Samulet, they're all alone to the north, Mark, but after just 20 minutes, the lobby is just down to 22 players.
Insane. 7 teams. Batonins, though, is a solo ranger. Duffy's making the push. The blue zone nade will come, but that's already happened, and peekaboo, we see you. He's actually going to go down potentially to his own blue zone, but actually going to be Hound that does get the net. GG, you mentioned it a little bit ago. Actually, sometimes it's not about the time you rotate. Sometimes don't go early and wait late. And GGs are one of these teams. They're now working. Now, only 1 kill. There are 20 players left on, but they're getting so much information now. And they've got a wonderful ridge. No one's behind them. They can work their way in. They just need to kind of push pod a little bit further around. And once they've done that, they can focus the freedom of movement back towards that swamp area and then make the decision of when they want to play up towards the high ground.
GG need to get momentum going though, Mark, do they? They've, as I said at the start, they've not been the same team they were last week. Pod Samulet playing this position on the north. You've got Pin on that anchor role. The rest of the team have moved a little bit deeper inside the circle, and as you can see, they're coming under fire from benched heroes. But Pin's got to be careful that Gaimin Gladiators don't look this way. When you're on the anchor, normally you don't expect to have so many players, particularly in a lobby that's been bled out as much as this one. So close by. Oh, he's still alive. That helmet really came in clutch.
He needs to stay alive. He's the problem to stop GG potentially rolling forward. Whoa, what happened there? The car kind of spazzed out. Zenti is down. Big nade, though, coming in. There's a quick kill confirming. It's still on the board for GG. Again, this is, they want to play into this area here. Benched Hero is going to be trying to do the same. There's a wham bam. Hello My Bad is down and out. Sten's going to move his way back. Pin is now that final player for them. They want to try and take this position away. And look at this. Uber understanding actually the strength of that area. Looks to go make the extension, but he gets caught. Benched Hero's taken away from him.
Doffy will fall at the hands of Hakatori as Navi continue to slice through this lobby like a hot knife through butter. Nade thrown beautifully. It takes a nice roll and finds a lot of damage as Foot deal with Howl on the other side. Hakatori is dealing with back to the bolt from Foot, and well, he just switches the gun at the wrong time, so he doesn't manage to get an angle. Foot have to be so careful now because Navi are feeling it. Navi've got nobody to their backs as well, so they can focus entirely on this fight with Foot, whereas it's not so clean for them. Defex gets on the angle, gets the knock of Vard. So said, making sure the benched heroes keep in check, and Foot are eliminated. Navi are up to 11 kills now. And not only that, Mark, look at So said. He's been in the wars, but his helmet and vest are practically still perfect.
Yeah, they've controlled this area so well. Pod go down, 4th place for them. Him was the danger, but with the rest of the guys going down and out, that's going to allow GGs to move in. I kind of look at this. Navi have got the high ground. They've got the control. If GG and benched heroes keep fighting each other, Navi are going to get a clean sweep here for game number 4.
Look at the way they're dominating the south side of the lobby as well, or the south side of this circle. They're in such a strong position. They've fanned out again. You've got Defex and So said. They're scouting your flanks on your east and your west. The other two players are playing close together as kind of the center strong point of this team, and they can go to either side depending on what is fed to them by So said or I believe it is Defex on the other side. GG, they're going to get spotted out now by benched heroes, so Navi know these two will be forced to fight each other. And once Navi realize that there's 2-3 players down combined between the two teams, that's when they will come pouring down the mountain like an avalanche to take this map away. Honestly, if I was benched heroes, I would try to force the fight up towards Navi than working on Gaimin Gladiators, because you've still got Navi above you, but I will preface that what I just said by saying I am a caster. I'm not a player. I don't know what they know. I don't know what they know at this moment in time, and they're the experts and not me.
It's a difficult one. I think you're right though. They need to go up, but the easier fight is towards GG because it's open terrain. It's a harder play, but they haven't dropped the ball when it goes towards that north side. GG, I think they're looking to try, and they want to be in this position here. They want to be here, so they kind of want benched heroes gone. But as it stands, it's still 4 versus 3 versus 3. Phase number 6. This one might go a little bit further. Jidox does pick up Melman, but I don't know if they know Isla's right underneath their nose, and that nade nearly being to cause some damage, and if anything, it's giving them information as a player super close. Oh, he does get the Panzer out, but he goes straight up and over. Jedrox puts him down. Here comes Navi. The storm will come down. They will want to ensure they don't leave it to the very last minute. They want to get involved as this fight's kicking off.
It's exactly what I spoke about. They waited for this gunfight to properly kick off in earnest, and now you push this way. Melman needs to be very conscious of Navi pushing this direction, and he is, so he will throw the smokes down to just make sure that if Navi want to fight Melman, they got to do it on Melman's terms. But with the zone shifting the way it has, GG got to move, right? 51 seconds time, they need to get out of this position. And you look at the path that they have to get into the circle, it's not great. And it's going to be made more difficult by Gedrox finding that knock onto Uba. Melman can res it, but Navi now will toss nades this way. Defix picks up that FAMAS as well. Here's the second nade. Is he going to pull the plug? No, he puts it back in the pockets.
Goes back to zone. He's been called back. Some bench heroes, though. It's unfortunate for GG. They do have a car alive. But bench heroes are pushing this way. The rest of the boys have got to get shifting. As Uber goes one way, Melman goes the other. They're stepping on each other's toes. It's not good here from GG. 2 kills, 3rd place potentially. You can see that shield is pretty much spent now. Jedrox, though, is pushing forward. Benched heroes have put big kills on. I'll give them that. They've been pretty strong consistently for most of the games. The blue zone nade provides some really good cover. You can't quite see through it, and it's the final player now. Melman for GG. I don't know if he's going to be able to see. He's missed the gap. Now he sees Dead Rocks. He's got to get up here and start taking some shots. He does get one. Navi, here we go. Surely it's a full collapse. They've got to knock either side. They know the players are down. Why not kick both these teams when they're bleeding out players? There goes Extends. Big nade. Knock and nade comes in from him. Goes down to a 2 versus 4. And Navi should get shifting at some point.
Yeah, they've realized that the team has fallen. They know they're in a 4 versus 3. They think that realistically one of those players is still down, but they aren't going to take any undue risk. Gedrox has been abandoned though. Look, there's no movement whatsoever from Extends or Laosh to get there, because they're assuming what we have, that Navi will flood down that hill as soon as the fight ended. Now that molly is a pretty good one, but the FAMAS is better. He'll get the knock on the Laosh, leaving it all down to just Extends. And he's going into the blue mark. It's over. The game, set, match. Navi take the map. 13 kills, 23 points. And a very, very good game from them, considering what was served up to them with the circle.
Yeah, 23 points. You're not going to shy away from that in any way, shape, or form. They put the points on the board. They're able to get the winner chicken dinner. Not as aggressive as some of the teams in the lobby. But what I don't want to take anything away from them, though, they controlled the zone so well. They knew the high ground was there. They had the opportunity to take the high ground early. No, let's take that compound. They went for a 2-2 split. They knew Acend are out on their west. They were kind of waiting for them to come in. Wasn't able to find him. Eventually came back to that 4, and as they were on the south side of the hill, they took their time and they kind of swept through. The south was clear. At that point for me, it was a Navi win all day. Lots of action, lots of fighting. Most of that, though, was very, very early on. An aggressive Tago another week in a row.
That's exactly what you want to see on Tago. The zone did feed the teams those gunfights. It's the way that you got to play when the circle's like that. But that's Tago down. Just one more Tago left this week, which will be tomorrow. But Mark, we got 2 trips to Erangel coming right up, and I cannot wait to get to the green grass at home to finish off the night.
Set yourself, I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Here we go. It's Erangel time. One of my favourite maps. The OG, the one and only, the Grass Shores Dome. Map number 5. It is a west down towards a southeast. Hey, arguably, not a great flight path. Might be a military zone. Really interested to see if we get any hot drops. Novo has been quite hit hard. It looks like Acend don't want to go for Novo this time. They go early. But it does mean these teams might struggle in the middle pack if they want to get the esports cars and maybe get to the normal drop zone spots.
Yeah, it's not a great flight path for the players, but it's certainly a good one for the viewers, as the circles this could toss up are pretty exciting to see. Rats, they're going to go north as they send it up towards Zarki on the north side of George Paul.
Rats.
A little bit further.
There's no rats in here, mate. It's not NA. This is SSG NA.
I looked at Cowboy's tag and my poor little brain.
Right. I did it yesterday, mate. Killed me off. He done me as well.
Like I had 3 hours sleep last night because I casted NA and then went into the office for work, mate. It's been a long one.
You're dedicated, mate. You're dedicated.
And you know what? Your viewers were there. Your viewers were watching last night as well. I saw a couple of the familiar faces. Yeah, you stayed up late. You burned the candles on both ends as well.
They love it, mate. They love the PUBG. That's what it's about. To be fair, I need to do more NA. There goes that military pop. Vorpal Swords, fellas, and NAVI. So no contention, obviously, because we've seen that kind of Acend floating towards Novo as well. NAVI not going for that melted power because it's unreachable. I think Faze dealt the damage to NAVI last time because they bridge camped him. I think NAVI might want to return back a little bit of justice.
Oh, look at the circle, Mark. Look at the circle, though. It's right on to Millie Island. And if you're Navi and you've just won the last map and then you see a circle like that, you're probably licking your lips because they drop on Millie Island, right? Usually they don't drop, they go a little bit further east. But when you make that drop, you're thinking, there's a really good chance this is Millie Island, but we trust ourselves that if it's not, we can get out of here and get onto the main island and fight. But now that they've got the circle, they can play this game however they wish. Realistically, Mark, I would say that they'll send 2 to 3 players up on top of the observatory tower. They'll keep someone else on the little stack just below. And they'll have a look at what's going on all the way around them and make life really difficult for teams coming in across the bridge. They'll probably work in tandem with the team that'll take the compound that's just at the edge of that crossroads. Vorpal Swords. I think Vorpal Swords have the toughest decision to make out of everybody in this because right now they're just south of center circle. But we know how the zones do shift. It's likely going to be, if this goes towards Millie Island even more, that's likely where this game could potentially end. Do they stick in and around apps, or do they feel that it's just too difficult to leave that spot, and do they try play the hills or even the bunkers a little bit further towards the east?
It's hard. It's very hard. I'm actually surprised that Navi haven't closed that bridge as well. So team's able to get over pretty quickly. I think there's a lot of options for teams here, Gills, and they've got the option to go different ways. We've seen different types of transport over. Navi opt to go south. We saw that last time when they rotated their way in. I kind of like it. I like these kind of chaos zones. I know it's a caster thing. It looks like Howl might have an E-pick up there, sort of tightening their way up. Maybe SSG, they've got a huge rotate, mate. Huge rotate.
It is, and don't be surprised to see an emergency pickup, right? It's probably the option they're going to take. I think maybe benched heroes will have the same thing in mind. Question mark are more likely to take a boat and go in around the south side of that Mully Island. They'll go in and around the dock where you see the ferry land, or they might even go further towards where NAVI are right now. And I was wrong. I'll put my hands up. NAVI are electing to play the hills south of the island. And again, in these hills and up by that forest, that can be a very powerful position to play. So I was wrong, but I'm not mad at all because the play that they've made is a really good one as well.
It's what we saw the other day. And again, I'm quite surprised they've done it from their position they were at. I remember they'd done it yesterday and done it last week, but they rotated over. They had to play over. Whereas this time they got the opportunity to do the different options. Like normally the team go up high, take the observatory and anchor their way down. Look, I think they've got a game plan, and that game plan is, or that, I suppose that a playbook, maybe is the better way of saying it, is becoming quite clear. I'd like to see them start adapting their playbook a little bit because, look, if I'm picking it up as a caster, it's not going to be long before these big IQ teams will start identifying that they spread out onto the south, they take the compound, and actually, arguably, we can isolate them pretty quickly as solo individuals because they will extend out, they will stretch out on that south side, and that's exactly what we're seeing now.
And look at the angle. There's the emergency pickup for Howl as they land in. PWD. What do you think of this position, Mark? Do you like people playing on the array? I like it in pubs and I like it when I'm having fun, but in comp, I feel like there's just way too much risk.
It's that risk versus war, but look who it is. PWD, massive brain, right? He is playing that risk versus reward, and that's where the risk is going to come from. As teams work their way over, the moment he starts shooting, he's going to get isolated. It's very hard to come down. Even how, arguably, where they are, will be able to stop him working his way down. And again, teams coming in from behind. He sees it. He hears it. Lucky enough for him, he's got that parachute in his back pocket. He now needs to, lucky enough, get himself tucked in. If he left it a little bit too late, if he was being too greedy, if he was trying to fight, it would have been a very different story.
Yeah, I remember the old days when you didn't have that parachute, and if you vaulted over that, you are in a spot of trouble. Gaimin Gladiators, who are getting a lot of love in chat right now, Mark. I posed the question about 25 minutes ago to the viewers at home who they thought the big three teams were going to be in EU this year. And I'm seeing a lot of people say, you know, Twisted Minds, Faze, and we're seeing Twisted Minds, Faze, Foot. Not as Twisted Minds, Foot, question mark. Not as much love for the new NAVI roster as they would have thought, but GG are getting love too. Where do you think where chat's loyalties lie? Do you think the fact that we're seeing so many variations of who that third team is means that it's more competitive than ever? Or do you think that it means that we've got two very, very good teams and the rest have a little way to go?
So, I think some of it, I think Koho, if you haven't seen his videos, it's always good to give him a follow. The Koho, he's on, if you haven't got it, send me a message, I'll send it to you in chat. Koho, if you're in chat, send a link out, mate. I think your videos are great, keep at him. I think he done the interview and it was very telling from some of the coaches, some of the big players about the 2024 change up, and I think that's where that split decision is going to come. There's always been loyalty to a certain team. I love the team NAVI. I like the Orc. Do I think NAVI are going to do really big things this year? Not sure. I'll be honest with you. I generally don't know the answer to that question. NAVI, as in GG, the ex-NAVI, they've got the experience, they've got the land, they're going to be able to produce really, really well because they haven't got those early land nerves. Well, let's be honest, one land, maybe two lands underneath NAVI's belt. So the second half of the year, I think the players are cracked and they're going to be producing really, really well. But they've got to get that first initial issue for a land off of their chest to start with. So, look, I wouldn't be surprised to see NAVI not as much in there. GG, 100% Faze, 100% Twisted Minds. It's got to be in everyone's top three, right? That team strong last year. Yes, there's been a slight change. Arguably, it's in addition to already a very, very secure unit of individuals.
I was curious as to how Twisted Minds would perform with making that roster change, right? Last year, I had them down as my best team in EU. I was thinking that with a roster change, it would take time to gel, and I thought maybe they would get caught up, but they've gone from strength to strength. And I think Spyro elevates question mark into that conversation as well. I think the addition of Spyro, along with Philaduzi and Besto, puts them into that top 3, as they will deal with strong T down inside the compound as well. And I think it's hard to look past Faze as being in the top 3 as well, Mark. Faze, the consistency at international events from them is always fun, and I feel like they're a team that always come alive when they get into the final lobby.
Yeah. Again, it's another org that I really like. I just find that team not changing. They're keeping that dynamic together. They seem well gelled. They seem well rehearsed in their plans. You can see they try things on scrims. I like that. They're not like a one-trick pony. They've got a lot of depth behind their game style and game plans, and again, that consistency as well, like as mentioned before. Like someone like Fex. Fex is always the player that anchors up, always been able to put on a huge amount of damage. Unfortunately, he's a little bit too expensive for me now when it comes down to Twitter, but you know what? Massive shout to you, bro. GG's. Like, you deserve every penny on the fantasy league that you're getting, mate. It just, you've got to, for me, Twisted Minds and Faze have got to be up there. And then it's that tie-up between whether you go GG, the old school NAVI roster, or do you go NAVI? Do you go question mark? Again, there's a lot in the EMEA region, and I know you're going to be biased towards NA, right? I know, and I know I'm biased towards the EMEA because I cover them a lot more. The competition is tough, and there's so much competition over here as well. So it's all pretty close. It can come down to a single rotate, a single gameplay, a single gun skill that can make a difference between a team making it and not making it, and that can happen for a number of players in this lobby.
I think most people who know me know that I'm actually pretty fair. Oh, that shift, by the way, is a
pretty dangerous,
fun one. But I'm pretty fair. Like, I know that I feel like EU's got more strength and depth than NA. You know, you look at the fact that there's so many lobbies every night, you've got so many good teams, but I think that the teams at the top in the Americas have gotten a lot better. Yes. SQ and Luminosity have always been really good internationally, but I think SSG have come up, they've had a pretty go of it, but I think EU has the potential to have a very, very, very strong year. They can really pop off, and I think the likes of Pod Samuel, Vorpal Swords, even some of the rosters that haven't been fully announced yet could be surprise packages this year too. But Mark, we've spoken a lot about the future of PUBG in 2024. Let's talk about the present and the fact that we are in VIKÜRVI Cup. And as it stands, we've got 15 teams left alive. The zone is squarely on Millie Island, and Vorpal Swords are trying to deal with Howl, who are playing pretty close by.
Yeah, a lot of teams moving their way in. Difference compared to that Tego, we haven't really lost the numbers. Only one team, phase number 2, 55 store remain. Baku is going to be doing his dangerous stuff, though, is he will redecorate the floor, trying to make it look as natural as possible, waiting for the wolf pack of Howl to move in. Well, it was a DC, then I thought he was running square, but no, it's not the case. Lots of fights happening. Kind of difficult to keep an eye on which one we go for. Luke Ruxo launching nade towards Corexy. Fex moving his way back over. Corexy down to 1. The pressure, though, does come in from the other boys. Corexy stands his ground. Luke Rux goes down. Faze going to hold out this one. The rest of them, though, further afield. Good to see Honey Badger there on the sort of a test and tryout cover. I'm not quite sure for our Redline team. He's keeping his way alive. I think he had a bad day at number 1. And Twisted Minds under a bit of pressure here. But question mark now getting involved as well on the other side as they will roll down. Big nade comes in. That should get a re-knock. Maybe it does get a re-knock. The other knock's already happened. And Fairy Tail will clear Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds down, so a big opportunity for Vorpal Swords to close that gap, and for everybody else in the lobby to start making a move for top spot. Acend caught with utility in their hands. Melman from GG doesn't need a second invitation, and Acend are wiped in 13th. We are down to 12 as the teams start to fall. Question mark with 8 kills already. And what I love about it even more is the kills are spread throughout the team. Yes, one player is 3, but they are all capable of winning their gunfights on that roster. And as I said earlier, Spyro is such a good addition. Vorpal Swords, though, they were in second place going into the last Tego. Can they put in some work against Howl as they want to try to make a claim? That nade's a good one. That's a great nade, and the floor will erupt into flames.
Floor's lava.
The big thing is, that means you can't push to get the res onto Ruin now either.
No, but they could go out and come back in. I think Vorpal Sword would have been more comfortable with additional players from the Howl in, but that will really stop them. Maybe on the other side, though, he's waiting for the peekaboo, waiting for the crossover. Now goes the cross, does put him in. They are looking to try and get that red smoke. Now comes out. The danger has been done. There's that confirmed done. Vorpal Sword playing on the other side. Howl down to a 2. We know a duo for Howl can be quite dangerous, but a blue zone nade might be able to push you out of this side. Marco is on the outside, and Navi looking to go up and round the sort of south side of the Millie Hill. And we'll be able to play in. Nice control for them. Not really seeing him in the kill feed just yet. Howl able to survive this one out, but Vorpal Sword are collapsing quite quickly.
Howl needs to stand their ground. Whenever the team knows where you are and there's no safe way out, you just got to be ready for the fight and back yourselves to divide and conquer the team that's pushing your way. Code Marco is dancing around at the door as he tries to catch Vorpal Swords, but Quetba will be forced back by that blue zone nade, which is doing a ton of damage to him. They doubled down, so he took twice the damage, and Razor will get that knock, meaning Code Marco, the new signing, he is going to dip into cover. He's been spotted, but because the nade, because of the flames, he's still alive and kicking. Another nade tossed towards the door mark, but Razor is at the ready, and there's his smoke grenade. There's the peak, but he doesn't get the knock. He is going to fall. Razor takes him down, and Howl will be eliminated in 12th place. 11 teams left alive, and now Navi getting right up close and personal with Gustav and the rest of Faze clan.
Gustav is extended really far out. The rest of the guys are coming in now. Has moved down. Fix knows he's there. I think the moment they start hearing the cars coming in, they've been isolated on the car. Diffix needs to come alive here. Looks like Nailip gets a knockdown confirmed onto Presenti. Gustav for a dodge and nade, takes a bit of damage himself though. Faze throws some back though, but the reinforcements have arrived and Diffix needs to back away slightly. The ridgeline's not too bad, and I kind of like this wrap here from Hakatori because with all the action happening in that military island, and you're going to get a few sound cues off there. Redline will go pretty quickly. Hakatori looking for the opportunity, but Faze already crossed the bridge. It's only James remains back as the anchor. Hakatori's already pinned at him, so it's going to be a 1-2-3, take him down. I wouldn't be surprised for Hakatori to start wrapping in behind Faze.
Yeah, this is a really awkward spot for Diffix, though. If Correxe peaks at the right time, Diffix could be in real trouble. Hakatori will jump scout his way around the zone too, but Faze have got everybody in position. Diffix does take down Gustav, so the timing wasn't perfect from Faze. And here comes the nade, and here comes the rest of Navi. Fairest will take down Fex. Navi really putting in the work. There's another knock from Diffix as Faze fall to just James, and James is inside the blue edge of the blue. And Mark, I don't see it going well from Heat. Sprays, almost gets the knock. Will get it converted. The blue will take down Ferris, but Navi will get that res. But Vorpal Swords, their kill feed reading, they know what's going on, and they feel like they can take this fight to Navi, one of the closest competitors they have right now.
Yeah, they are being chased by them. Vorpal Sword are up there on that leaderboard. It's a good play for them. Razor, I think, so far in the Invitational season number 2, it's been outstanding. Been really consistent for Vorpal Sword. They've had a better week this week, and putting chicken dinners underneath their belt, looking to try and take apart. Ferris confirmed on the zone. James unfortunately quite get the knock though. There goes Peekaboo, there goes one. Nice move back though, but unfortunately Hakatori does get the little head on the very end. Nades will rain fire. As a big nade rains fire, goes down to a 2 versus 2. As PWD has to close the gap as he needs to put the pressure on, but GG applying pressure towards him as he's going to have to continue to wrap his way back around towards his southeast corner. And Vorpal Sword, they want to continue, but so I suppose that pressure onto Diffix as they're unable to get that res.
The skill level to hit the nades that Navi just hit is huge when you're throwing down a steep hill like this, a steep embankment. They're taking fight. Hakatori's got one more to deal with. Does a little bit of damage. Does the rest. And NAVI up to 8 kills. Will get 3 people back on. And they assume control of this side of the zone. Gaimin Gladiators, they've taken center. As they have got a line of players drawn from north to south in the center of that circle. SSG, they've got Paige smoking out this cabin that he finds himself in, with benched heroes pretty close by as well. But it's so much fun to see how everyone's approaching this, right? Paige has grabbed a compound for SSG, and he's just smoking everything out now to allow for the rest of the team to arrive into this position. And it's so important that Paige doesn't get aggressive, doesn't peek, and Paige has done a good job to keep his team alive. And now you can focus on benched heroes. But Mark, fellas in question mark.
They have gone for the cross. Good play. Paige really well done and gave them the team options. Question mark and fellas, yeah. We're on the either side here. Question mark having a good day as well. Want to put the chicken dinner up underneath their belt. As for Esports on the adjacent side, they are chasing their way down. Unfortunately, both these teams have a black colouring to their name. To a final player though. Please though on the outside. Face number 4 will hurt. He's going to put that full med on though. Michael gets filled first down. Spyro right next to Doffy. Doffy needs to look the way down. Spyro, he goes down. Rustamar will come into sight. He gets another one. Take 2. Get a med on spray. Hey, get another one down. You're going to go for zone as the fellas are going to have to try and work their way down. Looks like a doozy trying to clear things up, but he's the final player. And Foot Esports was so critical in picking apart. There's extra different kills on both sides of those teams.
A doozy is nuts. 4 more kills, 10 for them. I could watch a doozy play all day. Oh my god, SSG have just been obliterated as well as they tried to make their way into the zone. We've just got 5 teams left. Dante on the edge of the zone in the blue at his back, and NAVI Hakatori is holding that angle. But look at the amount of space GG are still controlling in the center of that Sosnovka hill. They are playing so well this map, and it's a big improvement because I thought that they played a lot. I think they played a lot worse this week than last week, so it's good to see them start to come to life here on Erangel.
You've got to remember as well, last week they started pretty bad. I think they've been, I don't say bad, it's the wrong word, but they didn't start as strong as we'd expect them to, right? But it's been longer, that period, for this week. So it looks like they are changing gear. We know this team can come back strong. Look, Twisted Minds are really high up there on the kill points at the moment, on the points themselves. So there is a huge gap to close down, and especially when you're just holding on to that right hand side of that leaderboard, you've got a big hill. The only other thing I can say is actually that side of the leaderboard is pretty tight. It's really only Twisted Minds that are kind of levitating themselves forward.
Yeah, Twisted Minds. I still think they're playing well, though. Like, they're dominating the lobby. It's what you want to see. Question mark have just got a doozy left alive. Defex will take down Hello My Bad from Benched Heroes. Well, they're all going to take down everybody from Benched Heroes as they fall. We got our top 4. It's a 4v3 v1v1. And NAVI and GG in the top 4 again. It's the storyline for 2024. I don't care what anybody says about EU. Every single time GG and NAVI are close together and they fight, it is a storyline.
NAVI got to deal with Pod. They do know where he is, but they can't allow a solo player to remain. We saw that yesterday from Best in question mark, and he put away our Redline team on Tago, so leave no opportunity for that solo ranger. Hakatori is moving his way around. You can see he's consistently looking back that way. Dante though is down. He needs to move at some point. He is itching his way, trying to not provide any giveaway as to where he goes, but the jammer pack will be helping for a little bit, but those tippy toes won't be. I wonder if Hakatori's even looked at the tippy toes just yet. Oh, has he got, how many meds has he got? No more meds, he's got to go. The whole NAVI team right there looking at him. GG's, but 4th place, unlucky. NAVI do check back. Now, it's a 4 versus 3 versus 1. Question mark, though, won't really contend a lot over this side. It's kind of a 4 versus 3. And as you mentioned, it's that story again. NAVI, 12 kills versus GG on 7. It's a clash of the clans again.
GG, look at the way they're sending it to. Uba is going right towards the edge of the blue to make sure that NAVI aren't going to push up from the south towards the north, just making sure that he can feed this information. Hakatori, he's checking the south to make sure that there's no one else leaving from that area of the map as well. And you've still got a Doozy off on a hill by himself, and it suits a Doozy that everyone else is on the other side of the circle, because a Doozy can move a little bit closer to the edge, get himself into some cover once he realizes it's safe. And depending on how much damage NAVI and GG do to each other, it could open the door for a question mark win.
I don't think he's got a car, has he? So he can't get there close. So yeah, it's right. How much does he chip away at the zone here? Logic is he's going to go sit on this mound. He's going to watch towards this sort of northwest side and make sure no one's playing this. Once he clears that, won't take him long. It is a matter of actually how long this engagement happens. We bumped quite far down. He's trying to stop the wrap here, but see this sort of Hakatori Diffix, this kind of dangerous duo that is forming for the 2024 season. They stay pretty close together and they can put points on the board as well. So this is a slower ending. I feel we're going to chip away at these next couple of zones, and eventually NAVI versus GG are going to clash. And my question, how close is a Doozy for question mark at that point?
This is the sort of circle and the sort of scenario, though, that you and I, when casting EU all year round, got to see the best out of Sosed and Hakatori on their old rosters, right? You know, you think back to Solo, you always felt like if Solo got on the top 4, they could win the map. They were one of those teams, right? So with Sosed coming to NAVI, you hope that it's going to be the same impact there. A Doozy, again, probably wondering, right? He's like, I'm a Solo. There's probably 2 teams left alive. If he's reading the kill feed, which I'm sure a player like a Doozy has done, he's like, why is nobody fighting yet? What is going on the other side of the zone? And finally, this gunfight will begin to kick off. And oh, that's a nice shot on Dahlia.
That's a great shot. Put him down to a 1. It's actually Uber, which I think is going to catch out a Doozy. And the Doozy, I said, it won't take him long to figure out there is no one on his side of the map. Because you're right, when this fight kicks off, I think a lot of the bits will be down to the zone. If it's just back to a Doozy, that'd be amazing. Kind of will force these two potentially to fight. If not, it's going to go back towards them and they would sit firm and the damage farming will commence. GG have the numbers. And here comes the zone pop. It is going to go back towards the compound. Doozy's the one that's got to make the move, but he's got those tanks down the bottom there. He's got the trench that's going to let him, it's going to allow him to come closer as long as he's not spotted. If he can get down there and this fight does kick off, Gibson, he might be able to push his way back up. But no, Doozy wants to try and take the fight away he can. Now he's going to try and sideswipe as Mel has stuck himself back in. GG's now might just focus over towards a Doozy. He's going to have to use the trees to get down from now.
You know what? I don't mind that from a Doozy. You've got to drag it off. You're 100 meters away. You've got a level 3 helmet. There's no reason why you can't take shots when you get the opportunity. Yes, he didn't hit it, but I love the fact that a Doozy will always be a Doozy, and when he sees the chance to get some points, he's going to go for them. At the end of the day, they've already got a ton of kills. They're already in the top 3, so they're guaranteed at least 5 placement points, so they're guaranteed minimum 15 points. Why not take shots on the players when they're in the open? And if he does sneak up on GG and get a knock onto one of them, NAVI will probably see that as a huge opportunity for them to try to turn this lobby in their favors. And I think GG got to be very, very cautious about a Doozy. Yes, I know that the biggest problem they have right now is NAVI, but if you forget about him and that Solo sneaks in from behind, it can ruin your map.
Look at this. Uber, it's got no lids. He's taking on the Dragunov. He's doing the right thing. They are waiting for him to move in. He's using the trees nicely. Uber will swing left and they'll now pick him up. That will allow a Doozy, I suppose, the opportunity to start shooting back. He just wants to get to those tanks. When he gets to those tanks, he'll be okay. Diffix looking like he wants to try and get an angle on him, but that ridge is not favouring him in any way, shape or form. Just needs the headshot. There goes the smokes down to a 1. Going to take his time, but it's not going to happen. Alia sprays in towards that smoke, and the Doozy will take 3rd place. Big kills for them. 10 kills and 3rd place on the board. 4 versus 3. Eventually, we'll start to kick off. The matter is who and where is going to get the first knock. We saw some great shots, though, coming in from Hakatori. They're coming off the roof slightly. I think GG are looking for a little bit of a stack up and use this west-hand side of the ridge to wrap around. And it's going to be another zone decider.
And for the viewers at home, this is the former world champions up against the org that deemed that they were not good enough to keep going, and they switched them out for a new, younger roster. Gaimin Gladiators with 8 kills. Every time they win a map, it will feel good, but every time they can do it at the expense of NAVI will make it feel even better. Uba, Melman, Levante, and Alia. Man, I'm so happy for Levante as well, getting a spot on this Gaimin Gladiators roster. Really good good player, and it's nice to see him get the opportunity to play with these greats of competitive PUBG. GG, they hold the center of the zone. They've drawn the line in the sand. They've got the compound. The zone does favor them with the way that it's shifted. Navi need to bring the fight to GG.
They do. Navi arguably has got better equipment to take it out. 2 of the GG players, no lids. So no lids, no armor, but you get the line versus you got to make the push, but you got the armor on your back pocket. I think it's going to come down to that knock. I think the knock needs to really come from Navi. They need to put it down to a 3 versus 3. GG arguably are pretty close. Uber is trying to find an angle. You can see he's moving his way down. So I said he's the widest player for Navi down on this sort of southwest corner. So there isn't much of this terrain. We know it well. It does curve over, but eventually, once Navi commit, there is a point of no return. He is in at the moment. I can see it just going to the dot. This will be the first game we potentially see it hit the dot, as it's going to be quite explosive. Uber doesn't quite get the visualization, doesn't get the information that he wanted, but he tightened his way back now towards the team.
Well, after the Tego we just had, a center dot game might not be the worst thing in the world. Alia holding the flank. Navi making us wait. 29 minutes and 50 seconds have now elapsed, and with that, we get phase 9 starting to close. Navi, they're going to stick together in a tight bunch. It looks like GG are going to do the same. Both of these teams probably coached to play this scenario the exact same way, Mark. And that center point is actually on top of GG, which makes it even more difficult for Navi. And the circle has begun to close.
Yeah, the smoke's come in. Now, Levante were be over the top of the smoke, so he's going to have the better shots, and there you go. He gets the first knock. Now, it is a 4 versus 2 trying to catch. I think Navi can't get the opportunity now to get that res back on. Nade will cause the damage as well. Potentially does. Diffix gets it, and Navi getting picked apart one at a time. Levante should get wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. 3 on the board. GG's will end that one. 11 kills, 21-point games. I felt like the build-up didn't warrant how quickly GG's cleared that endgame.
And that's the GG we saw last week, and maybe this is the start of a day 2 and 3 push from them. We said it last time. They kicked into an extra gear on day 2 last week. Can they do it again and do another good Erangel after this to put even more points on the board going into the final day? Mark, that was a really fun one.
Yeah, it's a good game. It was a very good game. GG obviously centralized up for quite some time. They held off. We saw teams like Acend dropping their way in, multiple teams pushing down benched heroes on the other side as well. They obviously will push back towards their compound. SSG played well. Disappointed they got controlled out on that push in towards benched heroes. We'd like to have seen SSG maybe put a chicken dinner on the board, or at least contend in a top 4 position at the end. They're getting closer. Navi, GG seems to be the Everin story that we're going to continue to talk about before the first, I suppose, LAN event kicks off. And I think even going to 24, I don't think that one's going to go away. Question Mark played that well. Let's not take anything from them. From the UAV from a doozy early on, and all the way through to that bridge camp and controlling very much on that west-hand side. Question Mark put 10 kills on the board, and a 3rd place arguably is, again, another good game for them. So it seems like the momentum shift is changing for some of these teams.
It is, and momentum, you know the way it goes, Mark. It is a lot easier to lose than it is to build, so let's see if Gaimin Gladiators can maintain the momentum they have as we jump into Erangel after this break for the final time tonight.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Here we go. It's the final game of day number 2, match number 6. Another Erangel, a south to a north. NAVI and Acend opted this time to go for that military island split. So there's going to be slight of a hot drop there. Surprising we didn't get it last time. I think Acend played it out. Maybe Acend now need to try and stop NAVI in their tracks. I'm going to see a few other contention, but this is the one. There's not many cars over here to really contend with. So NAVI and Acend gonna have to duke it out though for game number 6, Gibson.
Oh, I love it. A hot drop between Acend, one of the surprise packages of EU PUBG last year, against the new NAVI roster, and they're going to battle it out on game 6 of the night. Game 12 of 18, and So Said draws first blood as Kai will get taken down. So Said, who's been oh so impressive. We gave him the big up last time around, but Chris, no helmet. Level 2 vest will reposition himself now on top. He's got to be careful he doesn't get spotted, because without a helmet, you fall very, very hard and very, very fast from a position like this. But Kai will get flushed. And look at this. Acend have now decided that they're going to drop into this position. And look at the damage one spray from that Uzi will do to Chris. He will toss a nade as a rebuttal. It'll bounce, but only does 26 damage. But it buys Chris enough time to step in. But Mark, he wants meds and he cannot find any.
No, Ko, I think, is a bit more looted than him. It's kind of the call, like, I'll take over your position, Chris. Go and get some gear. Kowo just popping a couple of pre-shots round the corner. Navi have the advantage on the players. So, unlike the final of the last game, they've upped the player now. Let's see what they can do. Killerkite's not been flushed just yet. Might be a bit of mutual respect between these two here. So, said trying to hold the angle. Good angle as well. He has got lid. He has got a vest. He can take more than what Acend potentially can give when they come on the peak. Like Chris is just trying to have a little look the other way. Level 1 lid though. You think that's going to get taken off slowly? Sure. Yeah. He has been spotted. Does have util to use. Now he's got that molly. Let's go for the smoke first. I think the molly will follow. It does hide back. It's Chris though. He's putting the pressure on. Navi, Hakatori in nade range. Nade comes through. Chris ducks away nicely on that one. Killerkite is bleeding out here. But Goat is up and over. And Kowo sort of chipping away. He's just trying to work out exactly where these players are. But he's been spotted. And there goes that first bleed out. Killerkite will take it down. We'll have a quick look at the zone. Millie back to back, baby.
Yeah, and again, this is good for these two teams because normally if it shifts away from Millie and you're battling this long, it'll do you to Braxco with the big PP energy. The Bison goes nuts as he takes down Hakatori and Defix. Said will trade back Chris, and there's Said flushing that one back. It's a 2 versus 2 now of standing and active players. Braxco falls as well, leaving it all down to Coach Extraordinaire, and Kowo will get shut down by Said. Navi win the battle, will get 3 people back alive, but they've got 4 points again, and every single point counts. I had this conversation with you yesterday. I had it with Cami as well. Every single team in competitive PUBG will happily take 4 points at the expense of 1 player in the roster.
Yep, it's a job well done, should we say. I love it. Said opted not even to open the door. He shot his way through the door tuck in the final player. Unfortunately, that will be the end of Acend. I felt like we got a lot more from Acend today. We'll go from there. We'll have to wait and see how we go. And so a lot of teams have to try and rotate their way around. It's these pickups going in. James is down. Faze, I don't think they're going to be able to get the extension there. They're going to opt to take on that east-hand side. And I think that's about it.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the teams rotating towards the east as well. Twisted Minds will come in that direction. They might run into Faze, who could cause some problems at that junction. Navi are hunting down Dante now. You'll see Faze lose 1 to Vorpal Swords. I'm wondering where James was, because the rest of Faze, yeah, he pushed in a little bit further to Millie, and he's going to pay the lead price, I suppose, for it.
He is. Well, their price though. Twisted Mind put some lead in the side of the Howl team. We see these two teams clash at this bridge quite a few times. I feel like everyone's not quite settled. They've changed their timing up when they come to this bridge now. Faze go across quite early. Twisted Minds now coming back here. Obviously with Navi dropping down with our team Acend, it's allowed Faze over. Tornins will work their way down towards the petrol garage. Hashtag rest in peace KFC. Do miss it, bring it back. And it might be an option just to get rotating as quick as they can before the bridge gets closed.
Yeah, Twisted Minds move.
Gonna be playing
again. You know those bridges?
Knew it. Got it, Doozy. UAV back in the air.
I love it. I love it. And you know what? Uzi has fun in scrims, right? Again, I think question mark, they'll always have fun where they can, and tournaments like this they'll have fun as well, but they get so locked in when tournaments come around, whenever, particularly those tier 1 ones. A doozy able to make the crossing, let his team know, okay, this part of the island is safe, this part of the island is a little bit more troublesome. Where I go, he actually cuts the engine to save himself a little bit of fuel as well.
Swaps. I do this all the time. I love this. I'm that guy that flies around on a normal game in a glider, seat swapping, trying to shoot people. Look, I've got a few kills, all right, people, so that's why I continue to do it. But he clearly seat swap. Interesting this time, Strong T opt to just hide away from the UAV. So they've tucked themselves back in. It's actually given the opportunity now. Question mark might be looking to come in. They might opt to go further around. Spyro leading the charge as he'll go all the way around and out the other side. I think they know there's a potential team here based upon drop zones. They'll be going towards the bridge. Won't be surprised to see Medusi is already here, scouting out. Is there anyone bridge camping? No, lads. Report back in. Alpha Mike over. UAV is clear.
Thing is, in a lobby like this, If there was someone on the bridge, Doozy's dead. Like, you do not get
Never.
away with that in this lobby. Like, not a hope.
I love it. It makes me smile every time I see it. I'm not gonna lie. It brings me a little joy inside that I know Aduzi is flying around the game 6 antics over teams as well. Look at him. He's just farming information. He's got level 3 vest as well. He's loving it. Look at him.
He's having a great time. He's having a
Doozy
great time.
Airways. Doozy Airways.
Does he get permission to land though?
Doesn't need to land. He's going to seat swap now. Watch this. He's going to seat swap. He's going to get a knock though. He's just UAVing the head out of it now. Hey guys, I'm taking a knot. He goes down. Look at it. Dive, dive, dive. Get underneath the tree line to cause the cover. Swing on the right though. As he's just right on top of his boys. Look, a Doozy, do this in comp, mate, because it would be insane if I saw you on a LAN with it.
You know what he needs? He needs the seat swap and try take somebody out. That's your. Imagine if he had the Panzer. He should have a Panzer.
Don't even
Yes.
tempt him. What he needs is like some flight goggles. So when we see him on LAN, he just puts his little old like World War II hat on with his little goggles on as he's flying over teams with his Panzer tucking him in. Love it. Or dropping grenades out.
We are 25 minutes in the future, right? So by the time the players hear what we're saying now, this game will be over, right? So Doozy, if you're there tomorrow or on the next scrims, I want a clip of you in a glider firing a Panzerfaust at somebody.
How much ground has he covered? Let's be honest. He's covered some serious ground and he's gained some serious information. I think he's looking for another plane at the moment. I don't know if he's seen Ferris because he's not shot towards him, but his fuel is all right.
It's not the fuel's the problem.
It's not it's a bit more the problem itself. Ferris is taking some shots now at him. He's just having fun. It's game 6 here.
Only there was a massive like runway or some form of landing strip somewhere nearby that a Doozy could land on.
Look how much as well, right? Look how much information he's got for his team, and his team have followed his orders to perfection. They've navigated their way through all of the teams, and now they're going to land up and potentially in the corner compound, and a Doozy down to a one shot. He might seat swap and go for a little bit of a med. He might just opt to jump out and get the parachute on as he picks up a new vehicle for his phase number 2 approach.
If only he had a kamikaze that plane somewhere. Send it towards a compound somebody's in and hop out, get the car.
Hands up, and then pop the parachute.
Yeah. And don't look at the explosion. Because cool guys don't look at explosions.
It's like an action movie, like Die Hard, the Doozy edition. I love it.
Get him the star on the next PUBG short.
I love it, mate. I love it. Fellas, we're working away, and this bridge is always pretty hectic. Bench Heroes working their way back. Looks like they have to try and get Michael back up, though, as they have received a knock. Bench Hero Big Nate comes in from Laosh. Does get hoovered up, though, but as the pickup animation comes into play, Laosh will lay down. Bench Heroes looking to cause the damage, though. Rustamar gets the shots out. He's taking the side. Hit, though. Big Barnet from behind causes the damage. He needs to get the comms on there. He's taking the play in front, though, but not. Big Barnet, fortunately, now moving his way forward. Laosh will be getting the confirms. Does he go to an angle where he can try and get these flushes? I would. It's game 6. Get some more points on the board.
Oh, yeah. But finish the day strong. Get as many points as you can, fellas. Big Barnet's got a little bit of work to do, if we're being honest, with the fact that he's got to get himself into the zone. He's got to get past Howl. He's got to get past Twisted Minds just to get into the circle. The blue zone, you heard the beep as well. That's telling him that his jammer pack is almost empty. But they have managed to get themselves onto this island already, and I like this roster too. You know me, I have a lot of love for Vard. I have a lot of love for T-Bone. And when you got people like Doffy in there, it's always going to be fun.
Very sure I've snuck up, though, but I was about to say T-Bone's going to go down. I don't think they quite saw Fairy Tale. Can't really try and get some justice towards his boy. If he can get up here, we'll be able to stop the push, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. I believe they've heard the comms. I wouldn't be surprised to see the push over the top, and there it goes. It nearly turns to get some shots away, but no. Zubla does what Zubla does best. Lay in wait, and then pops up. Surprise! That's 2 knocks from him. Esports, unfortunately, down to a duo now. They are split. Beamy is in the middle, and he might be able to cause some damage back. Again, it's game 6 antics. Instead of hiding, trying to work your way out. Do you know what? I'll take it. Like, maybe he'll try and come up from behind. Maybe able to pick him apart. I don't think he's been spotted. Not yet, anyway. Beamy shot comes on. Good connection with the M4. We'll try and get the last couple of shots on, but unable to do so. Fairy Tale will draw attention back this way.
Back to bold Rustenmar, by the way.
Is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to work out who the... You know us, the casters. We get stumped by alt names sometimes.
No.
I don't think it is.
No. What do you mean? I thought that's his alt account. Rustamar is... Oh, what's his alt name? Where's he gone now? He's already down and out. It's great to meet you, isn't it?
Is that Rustamar's alt name?
Yeah, I think so.
There you go. You learn something new every day.
Great to meet you. I've got it logged somewhere down here.
You've got the list. You've got the alt account.
I've been saving them. Yeah, I've been saving them. I don't have all of them. Yeah, Beamy is back to bolt. Rustamar is great to meet you.
I miss Ents. I miss Rustenmar being on the Ents roster from way back in the day. Those were fun times.
They because Beamy, he loves a bolty, so that's how I remember that one.
Beamy does love bolties. Beamy, even when he subs in NA, he's always got it. Oh, Strong T, Mark. Strong T have been one of the most improved teams week to week compared to last week, right? And they're now fighting with NAVI, but Duncan's got to be very, very careful in this situation. 28 HP now. The blue is there as well. We'll go for the peak again. It takes another bit more damage from Fairest. And look, Fairest doesn't want to stay and fight this. He knows that there's a point there for the taking, but NAVI, they're playing to win the lobby, not deal with one individual player who's trying to cause them some trouble from behind.
Yeah. How we've done some damage with Redline. I feel like we always forget about Redline. Then we see him this kind of mid-game, kind of come alive. It's definitely more of a slower start for them, but a team, if they do get the momentum we talk about, it can be quite dangerous. Looks like Howl might have to go back over towards the other bridge. We've already seen benched heroes playing across towards that west bridge. Lucrox has, example, in his eyesight. He did. He has moved. Now picks him back up again. He's just waiting for him to go back towards that bridge. Maybe take an opportunity because he knows he's looking over his boys, looking down here towards the bridge. So we'll have to wait. DJ's Nailup, by the way. That's his alt account. Oh, look at the boats just perfectly blocked him both times. The Honey Badger waiting to take some shots. Now the Howl team get shifting. And, oh, that blip there, that might mean a bit of danger for me when it comes to the PUBG.
Yeah, you want to get close to the ferry to give yourself a little bit of cover on this one as the gunfire still comes through from Badger, but Howl will get around that little peninsula and make themselves landfall. Mark, do you remember the last time you and I casted a team rocking up on a boat onto this section of land? Actually, I don't think it was you. Was it was She Warrior Royale? Where
I think I was on cams.
Yeah, that was nuts. But we got something more worrying to think about, and that's Redline getting close to question mark. And boy, would the rest of the lobby love to see Redline do a number on TM right now.
Yeah, Lucrox is tucked in. Do you know what? Arguably, wouldn't be a bad thing if TM do go out. It might allow some points to be gathered elsewhere. Example is millimeters away from playing peekaboo. And, the rest of the team are working in. Effectix, if he plays over the top, you might even just see his boy. Hasn't quite seen him just yet. He makes a push forward though. Example takes a big hit. And Perfectix now picks him up, but it's a little bit too late. Quick kill, quick confirm. Just in minds down to a 3. Tornin's looking to try and make the move. Honey Badger with the nade over the top. Tornin's really far. I can see Honey Badger in his line of sight. I think that's like he's on the tree. Opts not to take the shots though himself as Honey Badger disengages. The trees provide a little bit of cover, and Crazy Lou, well, it doesn't take long for Crazy Lou to come back, and he's making this push backwards this way.
He's essentially a UAV or a radar for the rest of TM right now, feeding the information to Perfectix. All right, Perfectix, go left, move this way. You move to the right, you will run into the, you will have a tango on your 6 o'clock if you move this direction. But he gives enough cover that will allow Twisted Minds to bail out of this gunfight and move a little bit closer towards Lou. But Tulins, he'll need to move out of this position pretty soon. As you can see, he's got 4 first aid kits, needs to make his way down from the mountain, and he should be able to do that, but we'll keep an eye on the kill feed to see if anything could go wrong. Sai will fall at the hands of a nade from Hello My Bad, a strong T, and benched heroes will go head-to-head. Foot are in this gunfight as well as Shenzhen begins moving in, but it's not really a Shenzhen zone, is it, Mark? He's got a long ways to go to get into the circle.
Oh, it bounced nicely. Oh my days, Beamy able to keep alive by 1. This blue zone, that's not a smoke, that was a blue zone there, that could have been the ending. Be able to now get a res. Nation does know there's a player there. The guys extend. Art does pick up Doffy though, so Beamy is down on his Todd now. They will know if they've been tracking the kill feed. They can cause the damage though, but Beamy goes aggressive and does pick up the boy on the outside. Shenzhen is down. Art taking, unfortunately, a flush with the bolty to the back. As Beamy looking to try and get the res on. He has the opportunity to do because Strong T don't have the other players left to contend with him.
Another player falls, extends will drop. Navi lose Hakatori as benched heroes will find that kill, but you've still got 2 members of Navi to contend with inside of the police station, and So Said is one of them, and he will find that knock onto Leosh. Hello My Bad, trying to guess the movement with the nade, gets caught with a spray, and So Said deals with him too. Navi on a tear now as they get even more kills on the board, but they do fall to 2 players alive. Let's jump over. SSG, Howl, Redline, and Pod Samulet all battling for this little piece of real estate on the east side of the zone.
It's difficult, this fight now. SSG down some numbers as well, but they know they're doing the right thing. They know they want to play up here, but how far they go before they take a hit potentially from Faze. The gunfighting stops, so they play back. The gunfighting kicks up, so they want to go back towards it. It's kind of a round robin here. Pod get the first knock here, get the second knock down. We'll try and get some of these confirms on the board. 11 teams, 31 are up. And Pod looking to get a couple confirms. Redline might have just overextended slightly here. They look laying low. He's the final player for them. 5 kills for Redline. Not a bad showing on the game. I think they're better as they're aggressive. They go aggressive. I just feel like they just look better if they just need to get past the early stages. Once they get past the early stages and they get themselves a bit of space, Redline are a team that can really close up and get themselves a win. But they've got to deal with a lot of the hustle and bustle early on.
It's easier said than done, though, isn't it? Getting into those final circles and being in that battle, particularly when you've got so many talented players. One of those talented players is Cowboy, who is being peeked at the rocks, but as soon as he hears the fire, Cowboy will step out from behind the tree and get the knock onto rocks. SSG with just Roth and Cowboy left alive. The NA boys, the boys are back in town, but Presente with a great nade gets the knock onto Cowboy. That kill is trying to get stolen away, but Cowboy will now, or should now, bleed out, and Roth should follow him pretty close behind, and that's exactly what happens as Pod Samulet are the ones that win the dance over towards the east side of the circle. But let's bounce back to the west, where we've still got Foot, Question Mark, and Strong T making their way in. But just ahead of them, Mark, you've got a very, very, very strong looking Navi duo alive as well.
Yeah, they've been hammering some shots as well, and they just do the same. Duffy's going to walk right into the Lions pit as Question Mark are above him. Esti's trying to get the ankle out though. Beamy going to try and work his way in now, finds there are people there. And Duffy's like, oh, I'm in a bit of a bad spot now. Question Mark will continue to try and hold. Fairy Tale taking some shots. Doozy jumps out, but due to the animation, I feel like he has gone down. We'll have to try and wait out. Strong T still remain on the outside. There's not much more he can play, especially if Navi continue the focus over. Rest of the angle, though. Doozy gets quick kill confirmed. Looks like our Nalep is down. Pin finds him. So it looks like our pod team, scrap that, they were finding a lot more space, but not anymore. And some way Foot was undetected underneath. Drop out, good understanding there from Doffy's. Pre-fire comes through, Spyro lays to waste. Esports, though, will take 8th place.
Yeah, question mark down to a 2 now as well, as Phil First and Spyro will need to work together and conspire a way to beat out NAVI, who are just ahead of them on the way towards the center of the zone. Faze clan, they've got 3 alive, Gustav, Corexi, and Fex, but as you can see on the screen, you've got GG really close to them, and Vorpal Swords are not far away here either. But GG, look, they've just played this last circle a few minutes ago. They're already trying to play a similar section of the circle as well, but this time there's a lot more teams pushing their direction, and they don't have as many bodies alive in the server either.
Yeah, it's been difficult. About bodies, a lot of teams are down. Question mark were 4 a couple of minutes ago. They now find themselves into a 2. Phase number 5 will tick a little bit more. It goes back, give or take, same sort of area, a little bit more to the west from game number 5. NAVI have been working their way through military, and as a result, they find themselves now just on the outside edge. They've got to draw their attention back. Strong T, it's going to be more of a strong T to survive this one out, unfortunately. I don't know if he's been spotted here at all by the NAVI team. Looks like from the body position is not the case. This might be a bit of a timing, but we know this here is a very, very difficult push. Few cars, a few little mounds, nothing else. The only surviving grace that Strong T might have, if question marks start fighting with NAVI, it might draw the eyes away from the south, and he might be able to sneak his way in and past.
Although, let's be real, Strong T, we have seen a solo player from Strong T make it into a circle in much worse circumstances than this in the past and get 2nd place. So you can't rule them out from getting a good placement here yet either.
No, the placement points give him that. So 7 teams remain, 18 left on the board. Most of the numbers we say are north here. Fairytale got the position. Corexi will go down due to that. Right side laying some shots down as well. Zubalok, pretty impressed. Like, it's someone we know, but I just feel like shining at the moment. There we go. Strong T comes out. There's a 1 quick kill and hunkers his way back down. So said we'll look back here. Question mark, like, what the hell is going on? I thought there was no teams over here. They are now just hammering shots, unfortunately. It's up. I thought it was a blue zone that came at them.
He's gone. He's dead. He's gone. It's question mark to get the kill. And he is down there. Look, he's rocking the vest, though. He's got the PGS vest on. I'm a big fan of that. Gustav is a fan of the fact that he is going to get wiped by Habako with 1 good nade being tossed, and now Gaimin Gladiators will turn their attention to towards Levante with the level 3 gear and the MK and the barrel, making his way towards the section of the map. Alia is there too, but Vorpal Swords push. Levante does a lot of damage. He's down to 5 HP, but Razor, the FAMAS, will win that battle. But Alia gets a good off angle, gets the knock onto him, but he is fighting with demons right now. 26 HP, and Vorpal Swords surrounding him on all sides, and it will be PWD who finds the kill, and it's a 4v4 v2v2. You'd assume that Vorpal Swords wants to get back to a full 4, but looking at Fairytale, they don't want to let that happen, and NAVI and question mark are locked in a battle here as they look to leave Millie as well.
It's difficult. Yeah, you'd expect the duo and the solo to fight it out, and I think Fairytale will just pick out the last remaining. We have got 4 versus 4, v2 v1. 2 are DBNO. I think that might be a little bit of a ceasefire truce between those two. Vorpal Sword be looking to end it. They got 2 chicken dinners yesterday. Be looking to do the same again today. Let's see if they can get the nerves. They open the evening really well with the chicken dinner. They are extending their way back. That's such a great knock by Alia to identify the Famos will be isolated. Good knocks. Unfortunately, couldn't get the secondary, and good push eventually at the end. Question mark working their way out. NAVI down to 1. Phil First is out and is tired. If he stayed still, he might have been arguably safe because of the bar, but he wasn't to know that one. It's now a 4 versus 4, 1 versus 1.
How many kills do NAVI have?
7.
And how many kills does SoSet have?
7.
So basically for the viewers home, every single point that NAVI get out of this game is due to the one and only legend that SoSet is. We bigged him up in the last map, and he is paying back dividends this time around. But that zone shift Not a good one for him. Question mark, though. Fighting with Fairy Tail, which will allow Sosed to sneak a little bit closer. Brightside will take down Habako. He'll go into DBNO, but Vorpal Swords will have all of that level 3 gear as well, because they took down Gaimin Gladiators. So you'll probably see that MK potentially in somebody's pocket. Watch out for... Catch the pigeon, but watch out for the tree, right?
It's unfortunate, though, for him. He's going to go down. Now, actually, what I'm interested in is this move here. Fairy Tail have moved all the way towards question mark. Again, it's the right play. It's the stop anyone, those solos working in. Question mark yet again find themselves in the end game with a solo. Now the head gets seen as it pops out the top of the smoke. You'd think the smokes would bloom a little bit more upwards, but they don't. NAVI do the same. And as a result, able to get in. I might have jinxed it though. He's down to 3 HP. Takes to the stomach, and that might just be enough to keep him alive. 4 versus 4 versus 1. This question mark will take 4th place.
Now, Fairy Tail and Vorpal Swords in with a big opportunity here as they will deal with Navi down. So said falls. And can Fairy Tail take the winner? Will Vorpal Swords close that gap that had been created towards Twisted Minds? Center zone being locked in by Fairy Tail, but again, you look at the way the terrain is split. It's a very, very, vertical play for both these teams. You've got a hill in the center of the zone. Both teams are using the hill as cover to peek up and down from at the exact same time, but you feel like the first knock is going to have a big one, right?
It's going to be difficult. It's crucial. It's unlike the last game where GG had the number, right? This time, it's definitely different. They are playing a little bit of tap. 3-1 push here from Vorpal Sword. Does push Brightside back slightly, and a little bit more of a line drawn from both these teams, as we are potentially going to be going down towards that dot unless a knock happens. So, nice disengagement, nice push. Vorpal Sword looking a little bit more of the aggressor when it comes down to the fight between them. No Acend in the middle of the zone in a vehicle this time. It's unfortunate for us. PWD, he tried to generate an angle himself, but he's just going to lay low. I feel like this is a let's sit and wait for the dot to happen. 5 seconds to go. Med yourself up. Get your smokes in your back pocket. I don't know how much Vorpal Sword have. We've got the 3. Fairy Tails might have a little bit more. Maybe.
Get those boosters in as well. Make sure that even if you do take damage, that your HP will tick up very, very quickly. Right side with the Dragon off, we've got a Groza in the pocket of Kex. Plenty of ammunition, so that ain't going to be a problem for any of the players in this final foray. 30 seconds until phase 9 begins closing, and again, it's just lots of posturing and gesturing between both of these sides as they try to outmaneuver each other.
Is right its way down. Looks like our Fairy Tails might be trying to position themselves now for the dot, but it is a big take as they did move back. Right side trying to hold the angle on one side. And you see on the other side, Zubla's actually pushed himself more forward now, so he's holding the off angle and the wrap around. 2 guns either side. Here comes the dot. POED he snuck his way a little bit closer in towards the middle of the zone. I don't think it means much with this terrain. It's going to be a bit of a clash of the clans, and it's going to go right over the top into the middle. And I don't even think Smokes are going to be able to defend it, because Smokes might roll into the middle.
And all that does is create somewhere, I suppose, to hide for a little bit. But the big thing for me is Vorpal Swords. Their utility looks to be in pretty decent overall nick as well. I saw PWD, his helmet was perfect, which can be huge in a late game gunfight like this. But with 2 minutes and 12 seconds until we are all but blue, this game has to end soon. But Mark, Fairy Tail, 5 kills, create weapons. Is it going to be enough?
It's quite evenly split. Looking at both teams got damage. Maybe Vorpal Sword have got a better utility. The vests, give or take, are intact. I think apart from that, it's pretty tight. Both these teams trying to play the edge now. Both these teams trying to work the blue. It's going to come to a point where eventually this sort of crest in the hill, it's going to go. And it's going to be a bit of a heavyweight fight. You just got to go guns up on it, and you've got to fight it out. Nice smoke wall coming out from Fairy Tail. They've identified there's no one on the other side, wrapping their way around the blue. Vorpal Sword put themselves now in a little bit of a dip. But here comes the util. Who's got the util to survive this one out? It's game number 6 for day number 2, and it's going down to a nice 4 versus 4. 4.
Yeah, Fairy Tale have taken the high ground, if you can call it that, in this gunfight. They're fighting downhill towards Vorpal Swords, who've started dropping blue zone nades to choke them out. Nabat gets the first knock. Kai will fall as well. PWD drops an aid, but Kex gets the angle on the Groza. And it's now a 3v2. Kex's HP ain't great. He steps into the blue zone nade. He drops down to just 2 HP. And it's all down to the 2 HP demon, but it ain't gonna work. Vorpal Swords, 21 points. And they really close that gap to Twisted Minds, and we were made wait to the very last moment, Mark, for both of those games on Erangel.
It was good, very, very good ending. I think the train was better on that last one for me. I like that both teams played it slightly different. I do like that we saw once the teams kind of set up the line, the sort of front lines, that they both watched the blue. They were like, hey, let's just make sure no one comes in the blue. Vorpal Swords sort of stuck into. Fairy Tales on the other side, though, they opted to keep as wide as possible. And then it was just a matter of time. It came down to the util. Bit gutted, we saw a lot of blue zone nades at the end. I would have liked to have seen a bit more of a heavyweight punching match to close things out. But the blue zone nades were critical. That put Vorpal Sword with a chicken dinner. They opened the evening with a chicken dinner. They closed the evening with a chicken dinner. And you're right, they're closing the gap now on Twisted Minds. Yeah,
they bookended it, Mark. It's a great way for any team to get a night going. But as we go into day 3 tomorrow, day 2's in the history books, how are you feeling about how the lobby's been playing out this time?
It's been good. Good to see, as I said, Twisted Minds doing well. Been more of an aggressive stance compared to last week. I think they're getting the dust off, ready for that 2024 season. I think the question is, do we see anyone catch it? We've seen a GG and NAVI store clashing out, that story store unfolding. I think we're not shedding enough light on Vorpal Swords. Not a great week last week. They've come back swinging hard, and they're contending in second place. So I'd like to see Vorpal Sword continue that shift they've done today and yesterday to again close that gap down on Twisted Minds. And if they continue at the pace they're at, I think they might take him. But unfortunately, you're not going to be here tomorrow. So what's your closing statements, though, of the last 2 days, the first 2 days of our Vic Cup?
Well, I'll not be here because I'll be on a sunshine holiday enjoying the warm weather. So I won't be able to join you tomorrow, but it's been good. Again, we're seeing a lot of consistency out of some teams. We're seeing some rust on others. It is the start of another competitive year. Teams are trying their best to work in the new players that they have. But what's impressed me most is I think Question Mark are really, really impressed me. They've made a big change. You've got the whole fact that they had the heartbreak of what happened to PGC. And the mental fortitude it does to bring yourself back to the table once more when something like that happens. They're the team I'm going to watch tomorrow. But going into tomorrow, being real, Twisted Minds, they just look like they've got enough to get them over the line.
It's that gap. Vorpal Sword are trying to do everything they can just to stop it. But yeah, when you look at the Twisted Minds, Crazy Lou example, big pick for them. He settled in really well with that team. They seem to be doing their game style, and a lot of teams do fall into that trap of playing that kind of Twisted Minds game. Wait and see. It's going to be a long slog towards the end. There are only 6 games left. Unfortunately, Gibson, yeah, he is away. So give this guy a follow. He does some great NA stuff. It was good to see so many people in this chat, in his chat yesterday as well. And I'm sure he'll be back when he's back from sunning himself. I don't know if Irish people get suntans. My mum doesn't. She's in Ireland. Doesn't matter how many times she goes away, but hopefully he's going to have a bit of colour to his skin and be back on the NA grind, should we say, and get him straight back into these. For now, that's it from us. Thank you very much again. Let's go raid someone. Let's go show someone some love out in the community. Spam the chat, spam the emotes. But for us, that's it. I'll see you guys same time, same place tomorrow.